Go live. Okay.
No, I see your lips move, but I don't hear you, Lourdes.
And I'm gonna copy the link for you all and put it in the chat so that you have the link for later. While this thing, because remember, it's streaming for us as an archive. So copy link, and I'll put it in the chat. Okay, there's the link. Do not click the link, however. If you click it, it will go into a hilarious mode. Oh, Deepak, good, you're back. Do you see the link in the chat? Or
No,
did
I did not.
Push the link before? Let me send it one more time. I think I did it right before you came back online, so.
So can we right click on it and save it or something? Or
yes.
Because if we can't,
I think you can. Yeah, I think you can right click on it. But if it comes up, just what you'll see, it'll basically act like you want to share it in the room. So just be careful. You can highlight it and copy it. Just don't.
That's what I did.
Click it like you're trying to go there. Yeah. Because then it'll give us.
Yeah, I
put it on a Word document.
The link is there.
Good, you got the link. Okay, Lourdes, are you doing any better? No, we can't hear you.
Oh.
I don't, can anybody hear her? Because I sure can't.
She's. I could read her lips, and she said she can hear us.
No, we can't hear you, Lourdes.
What is?
Make sure you're connected to the right microphone, and you've given Whereby permission to use it.
Yeah. That. Yeah. Can you see the audio settings, Lourdes, so that you can switch them? I think if you right click or touch on the microphone icon on your screen, it should say audio, like, and it give you choices like settings or something like that, and you can select down a list of whatever it thinks it wants to use.
I can hover over microphone and it pops up.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what she's using, if she's using an Android or a laptop, or I'm not looking right at the moment. No. But it is slightly different depending upon what you use. Oh, and by the way, if we had had this meeting just 2 days ago, 2 or 3 days ago, if I recall, it would have been a nightmare, because Whereby I think we got hacked, and there were some people who were doing this denial. We were getting denial of service issues. Apparently, and Whereby turned around and told us that what happened is that some people put some processes on their servers that just spun up the servers like mad. So they weren't able to actually serve everybody who was trying to get into the rooms. And so it was basically unusable on, I think it was Thursday. And they finally got it fixed on Friday, but it was like, wow, it was very scary because we had all these shows. We actually had to cancel one of our shows because of it. And I thought, man, if I have to cancel this and reschedule this, that's going to be a pain for everyone. So I'm glad they got it fixed. But I'm wondering if there are lingering issues, because there was someone today who was having a hard time getting in one of our rooms. And then, Lourdes, you're having issues with your audio. But Mark, you don't think so, huh? I can't hear you now, Mark.
There we go. Muted my headset. She asked if anybody could hear her, and I was shaking my head. No, we couldn't.
Oh, I see. No, we can't hear you now. We can read your lips, sort of. Can't hear at all. Did you leave and come back, Lourdes?
Yes, you did.
Anybody have any ideas?
Maybe from browser? Just
I don't know what she used to
using Chrome
use
or
her
something to
phone.
run
What's
it
she
through.
using?
She's using a laptop, I believe.
Do you have a different browser that you
No, I
can
shook
use,
her head.
Lourdes?
She's using her phone.
Huh. Okay. Well, at least for the moment, I'm gonna start this because I know Jerry, you said you only have about 2 hours to hang with us today. Let me
I've
get
got
to
a.
this. Sorry.
I said I've got a guest here, and we're going to go out and get something to eat tonight. So, you know him.
Very cool.
Uh,
Is your nephew?
yeah, yeah. My meteorologist from from East Ohio is here for the weekend, and when they're out playing basketball, when they come back before we leave, I'll have him pop on and say hi to you.
Oh, that's cool. I'd like that. That'd be nice. Okay, so let's see what I have up here. So I put behind me yeah, good. I put up behind me the list of stuff. I've got I've got too many screens to stare. I don't know which way I need to stare. Okay. So this here is the agenda. So what are if anybody has any objections or wants me to go over certain ones in or a different order, let me know. Because I was just going to start with the ARRL materials update.
Who's got air blowing?
Yeah, I hear lots of air.
Must be me, I think.
Is it you, Jerry?
No.
No, Deepak, it went away, so I don't know.
It's
Anyway.
gone?
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone.
Okay, because I
Okay,
have
so-
issue with my computer, the heating, probably that's the fan. I've moved it already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. I remember. You had that heating issue. Gosh, Lourdes, this
Yeah.
sucked. All right. Well, we'll type in the chat as we talk and stuff like that. But I'm sure you'll love, especially some of the first stuff that we're going to go through. The number 1 and 2 thing is really cool. Okay, so I am going to be switching things back and forth a little bit today, just because I have too many screens and not enough plugs into my system. So I am going to actually switch one of the plugs right now and let you see my other computer. Nobody has any objection to going over the ARRL stuff first? So I have some really cool movies and stuff to show you that I promised I would show you. Yeah, we're cool with that?
Yeah.
Right on.
Yep.
Okay. So good. This is hopefully showing up. It looks like it is. Excellent. Okay. So what I'll quickly mention, this is an update on where we're going with the whole ARRL. I didn't want to go into presentation mode. I just wanted to make it big. This is now what we think is essentially a finalized storyboard of what we're doing with the ARRL. And as you probably can't read this, which is fine, don't worry. There's 21 slides of the main section. And I will very quickly, I'm not going to go over it in any big detail, but what we're deciding to do is now, yeah, I can go into, I'll see if I can go into presentation. It's going to be in the butt. It gives me that presentation screen, so it makes it harder for me to see stuff. So Hamsai, Nathaniel Frizzell, he's the one who has been nice enough to give us a lot of room on his servers and stuff like that. So he started putting the chart deck together. And basically in this half an hour primer, we're going to try to make it half an hour. We have to go through 20 slides in half an hour. Yikes. We're not sure we're going to be able to do it. But as we started kind of walking through what it was we wanted to do, and I've talked a little bit about this, it became clear that some stuff that's on these charts ends up being a lot of stuff. So let's say we start up with our setup sequence where we're going to start with an HF operator in a shack, and we're going to talk about the beginning of the new solar cycle, and really the big question that we keep that keeps our focus is how do we talk around the world. So we're going to be talking mainly about skywave propagation, even though there are three main types. And there's a lot of people who don't know the difference between, for instance, line of sight and ground wave, right? And we have all this stuff listed, and we'll talk about it quickly. But as you can see, if Nathaniel and I, when we started putting together this storyboard, if Nathaniel and I had to talk about all of this stuff in one scene, we were kind of like going, oh God, this is going to be daunting. And so Nathaniel said, well, Tamitha, how do you, instead of trying to script all this, how do you end up doing your weather forecast? And I said, well, I do it scene-wise. I take like some picture or some movie that I am going to address, and I don't script anything, but I just talk about that, and I explain whatever's behind me. And then that's the end, I get through it. And then that's the end of that scene, and then I do another one with a different picture and a different thing. And I said, so it makes things bite-sized, and it makes it possible for me to even get through it without having to script stuff beforehand, because I really just don't have time. And it also means that I'm not overwhelmed by having too much junk, that I have to try to remember how to say before I get to the end. And he says, you know what? He says, I think that would really work with this. And it was kind of funny, because it was like one of those, for me, it was like one of those aha moments, because I had been really worried about how the heck we were going to get through like material like all of this in just a dialogue with him and me back and forth, going over these many pictures and all this kind of stuff in one take without it being a total unmitigated disaster. And so as we all talked about it, everybody said, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. So believe it or not, we're going to do a very similar kind of thing in terms of building up these, this ARRL primer in a very similar fashion as I do the weather forecast. Isn't that odd? I just never expected that. But what that means is that each one of these slides, that may be one scene, or it may be 3 scenes. It may be, we don't know how many scenes we're going to need to explain this storyboard, each panel in the storyboard, as well as we'd like. But that's that's how we're going to go about doing it. And that's really where we are. You just want to know exactly where are we in this whole, process. We have created all the storyboard panels, which is what you see behind me. This is one of them. And then we now are going to sit there and start talking scenes. How do we break these down into scenes? And actually, these are the scenes we're going to shoot. So, let me go through this just a little bit, and so you get an idea of what the story is going to be. So we'll talk briefly about direct line of sight communications and some of the different types of communications that go with it, right? So we're talking Wi-Fi, cell phones, FM, some satellite communications, right? PNT, that type of thing. And then we'll talk a tiny bit about ground wave. And really the only difference between ground wave and line of sight is that ground wave actually uses waves that are actually using the conductivity of the ground to kind of guide them as almost like a wave guide. So there is a slight difference between line of sight and ground wave. But that's as far as we're going to go with those. And it's really, when we want to talk all the way around the world, we're talking skywave. So we're going to talk about that. And we have a placeholder picture because we don't want to, when we talk about skywave, there was this really poopy picture here that had like a boat or something, and we want to get rid of the idea of a ship or something that being in the way. So that's what we're going to focus on. And then, now remember, again, all of these are going to be broken down into scenes. So I don't know if I've shown you these ray trace diagrams. Did I show them to you last time? I think I did, right? Didn't we do this one
Yes.
time before? Yeah, okay. So here's where we're going to introduce the ray trace diagram. And this is, I'm not even going to play it. They are movies, but they're going to be slightly different. But we're just going to introduce one ray trace diagram. Because if you recall, I think I showed them to you the other way, where you have one and then you have another. There's 2 panels, one on top of each other. One being, they're the same month, but one is during solar minimum and one is during solar maximum, or, vice versa. I forget which one's on top. This is a solar max one. This was December, actually, in 2001. And I think he's got these as movies, but yeah, maybe not that one. So we'll talk just a little bit about skywave and how it works, and that you bounce off parts of the ionosphere And we're only going to talk a little bit about, going from just in the United States, from one place to another, from basically my place in Los Angeles to Nathaniel's place in Scranton. It made a nice scene. And so it's not really DX from that perspective, right? Because DX has to be a different country, and we'll talk more about that. But in order to do that, we then have to talk about the ionosphere and how it is co-located with the atmosphere. There's lots of complications. You can see here, this is like one slide, for example, where Nathaniel and I are sitting there going, oh my God, how are we going to get through this in one scene? This is nuts. Because we've got, we've got the neutral atmosphere, and then that gets charged by, the sun, and then it gets more, the day side will be more complicated than the night side, and we can talk actually about the electron charged regions and what this is really electron density in the charged layers of the ionosphere, and how that when they peak, they create the layers, and where do those layers stand relative to the rest of the, the thermosphere, stratosphere, exosphere, all of that stuff. And then we talk about the diurnal variations, how things change from day to night, and then we talk about seasonal variations, because that changes the sun's, how much the sun lights up the atmosphere. And then we have to talk about links to neutral weather, and it's like, oh my gosh, it gets really crazy. So this, for example, is a perfect panel, storyboard panel, that's got to be broken down into multiple scenes. And this is why I'm scared to death that 30 minutes just isn't going to cut it. So we'll figure that out. But once we get to that, once we get through that and decide exactly, how much we're going to do, so we're going to say, are there more things that affect the ionosphere? And we're going to talk about that like really quickly, because we can't really spend time talking about a lot of things, like the atmospheric chemistry, for example, and terrestrial weather. We can't really talk about that. But what we can do is we can point out the fact that we have primary drivers, and then we have drivers from below, like terrestrial weather, and then we have drivers from above, and that's space weather. Okay. And we're trying to figure out right now how much scientific jargon we're going to put in there. But I think the last time I talked with you guys, it was like, okay, yeah, we're going to keep some of that jargon in. And then, yeah, here is, and I think this is where I showed you both panels, right? Both the top panel, this is in winter in 2001, and then this is winter in 2000, or in, 2008. So this is the deep part of solar minimum. This is the deep part of solar max, so to speak. And I don't remember if I showed you ones that had the gray line on them, but these actually do have the gray line on them now. So you can actually see it. Wait for taking one. Yeah, there we go. We pull it back a little bit. So if you notice, you'll start seeing the shadow. See the shadow beginning to come down on both sides? That's the gray line. And as you can see, the gray line is not vertical, right? It's slanted. And he's got some correction factors. He's messed up a little bit. He ended up needing to check to see something. He got the radius of the Earth wrong, sadly. So the shadow actually is a little bit steeper than that. The slant is a little bit steeper than what it shows on his movies. But still, nonetheless, talk about that is pretty cool. And the reason for that, of course, is because as you have, the ground always sees the sunset first, and then as you go up into higher altitudes, the higher you are, the longer you can see the sun, because the further you can look over the horizon. And that has a lot to do with the fact that the gray line isn't really a line, it's more of a region. And so lots of magic stuff can happen when, during, these twilight periods where you're looking really at kind of a dusk situation or a dawn situation. And propagation can get very interesting. But we've got to be careful, again, how we go about that. Luckily, that's Nathaniel's job. So we talk about summers don't look all alike either. We've got issues. So what are we missing? And this is where we start talking about the solar cycle, right? Because we have primary drivers of day and night. The solar cycle is arguably the largest driver, but its effects aren't always easy to see because they're on a long scale, and that's why we call it climatology. Hopefully, I'm not blocking too much. So that's when we start talking about, and we introduce the concept of space climatology as opposed to space weather, right? That the fact that there's actually two of them. There's not just one or the other. And then we talk about the journey upward to the solar dynamo. And I think I showed you guys last time a movie where we actually go from the sun all the way down to the Earth's upper atmosphere. I've got to figure out how to make a movie like that does it the opposite direction. But this is our way of getting out of the upper atmosphere into all the way out to the sun. And we paused at that moment because I had not been able to get to this yet. You guys recall I told you last time this is where we were, where I needed to make some really cool movies about how the solar dynamo works, and I wanted to do it with magnetic fields. These are exact screenshots from, not from the movie I had made, it was prior to the movie, but these were exact screenshots from a model that I had used to create the difference between solar max and solar min. And as you can see, here's solar max over here, and here's solar min over here. So this is really as far as they wanted to go in terms of talking about the details of the solar dynamo. And as things move on, this is where I'll stop for an update on it, because I want to show you the movies that I made, because I think you'll really like it, and I think I'd like to get your feedback on them. But the point of this part of the story, during whatever scenes we set up here, the point is that we need to let people see that the sun isn't obviously just a light bulb in the sky, right? The effects that it has on the Earth are profound, but some of the effects are very slow, like the solar cycle effects. And the solar dynamo is what causes that, but we're not going to go into the details of the solar dynamo, because that is going to be that's going to have to be something that's more of its own separate course, its own separate module. But things like sunspots, and I probably should stand off on this side, things like sunspots, solar flux, and space weather are all they're manifestations of that cycle, of that solar dynamo. They themselves are not the actual dynamo in of itself. They are just things that the sun spits off because of the fact that it's got these cycles. And because in the period where we're in solar maximum, the solar dynamo, the magnetic fields are extremely complex. And that's what really causes the sun to be very angry. Whereas at solar minimum, things are much better, much more well-defined. Okay, so, and then after that, I'm not going to talk, I'll save the next update for a little bit later down the road. But once we get through the solar dynamo, what we'll do is we'll start going back to Earth. And that's when we'll get back into things like seasons, and that's when we'll start talking DX, because we actually have a DX example, and I'll jump to it really fast, which I don't think I showed you before. This is a ray trace that shows what it's like to go from my location in LA down to Brazil. Okay, and what's cool is that if you notice, even at this is solar max and solar min, so it's the same kind of thing as before. But what's cool is that you notice this big whoop right over here, right? Does anybody know, after talking to me forever and ever, what this strange thing might be? Does anybody know the name of it? Who's like super smart? If anybody gets it, I will be on the floor bowing to you. Oh, Jerry, I can't hear you now. No, I can't hear you at all. What is going on with Whereby? We lost you.
Taking out all the smoke, so I'll be here around.
We can hear you now.
I can't hear you, Jerry.
Let's have a mic check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Deepak, yes.
Okay, Chris?
I hear you too, Jerry. Deepak.
Yeah.
Wait, does someone hear Jerry? Because I still don't.
I did for a while.
I did early, but not...
Yeah.
not since I've been talking. Mark, how are you? Are you still? Are you having any?
I'm doing fine. I see audio on it. Looks like it's doing well.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you, and you can hear all of us except Jerry and Lourdes.
Yes. Right.
How about you, Mike? How are you doing? Is your audio working still?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Can hear
Okay.
you.
I think
You
I
can
know
hear
what
us,
you're
yes?
talking about. We've discussed it before. It's got something to do with trans-equatorial propagation.
A little bit. Yep.
Okay. There's another word for it, and I can't think of it.
No worries.
But
You're pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah, you've basically nailed it. It's called the ionospheric anomaly, or the equatorial anomaly. Also called the Appleton anomaly. It's called many different things. It's the fountain effect. Has to do with the local, right in the equator, the way the Earth's magnetic field is. It's like these arches, and because you have these nice little soft arches, it actually causes charged particles, especially electrons, to go up like a big fountain, and then because of the field, they then spiral off on either side. So right at the equator is where they go upward into the upper ionosphere, and then they reach a certain height, and they begin to fall back down. But the magnetic field forces them to drift one side of the equator in one direction, the other side of the equator in the other direction. And so they fall in a dense pockets just on either side of the equator. And that's why you see two dense lines. But yeah, it's called the equatorial anomaly. So as you can see, it really does
Didn't you
affect
talk
the radiation.
about people around an area around Brazil where they couldn't get a GPS signal? Has that got something to do with it?
That's weather. No, believe it or not. I mean, it does. Yes. Because GPS hates high solar flux because they hate having lots of electron density in the atmosphere. When you have lots of electron density atmosphere, you have much higher conductivity and a much bigger chance of refracting the signal or scintillating the signal or doing something horrific with a satellite signal. And so it makes this fountain effects makes Brazil very susceptible anyway. But really what kills everything is something called plasma bubbles. And that's actually like gravity waves and things like this that go up from the neutral atmosphere, up. And that's actually being interference from terrestrial weather, believe it or not. So plasma bubbles are just awful.
Hello.
So they hate plasma bubbles, which come typically in the summer months, their summer months.
Works now, Jerry.
Just after dusk. And of course, solar max is worse than solar min.
I hear you.
Oh, Jerry, did you come through?
Yeah, I had to go out and come back in again, but I still don't have things connected right. But anyhow, I'll leave it alone.
Wow.
I'm not hearing the headphones. I'm hearing the speakers, but I'll stay with it so it don't break again.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow, this is weird. And poor Lourdes. Well, as long as you can hear us and we can hear you, I'm thrilled. So now we just have to get Lourdes's fixed.
And this is radio operator on tech.
Yeah. How many amateur radio operators does it take to talk on a computer?
That's right.
Good point, Chris.
I was going to ask you though. I was going to ask you that the path from your station to Brazil is that a ray path? Did you do that on your HT?
No. No, that's Nathaniel. Thanks so much.
Your world record about fun.
I want to know what model you've got because I want that one.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. It's 100. It's it's 100 watt. It's 100 watts on. It's 100 watt handheld. But I tell you, you don't have a hand once you pick it up and use it, or a face either. A little too much power. Hi, Lourdes. Did you try coming back in? Still can't hear you. No. Nothing. Do you have your mic level down on your laptop? Because sometimes, like if it does a new system reset or you know, upgrade or something like that, sometimes those things can get completely messed up and they reset all your levels. But I bet you it's something like that. May not even be on whereby. Anyway, so next time when I give you another update on what's going on with the whole storyboarding thing and the scenes that we're building, that's when I'll go ahead and talk a little bit more about the DXing and then how we're going to kind of go into a little bit about terrestrial weather as we button things up and kind of go from climatology, which is longer scales, to weather, both terrestrial weather and space weather, which are shorter scales, and how that has a tendency to kind of muck up any ability to you know, do long-term forecasting, and why a lot of the models for DXing don't work very well, because they can handle climatology, they just can't handle weather, right? Whether it's space weather or terrestrial weather, because the time scales are too fast. So things like this are great educational tools, but they're not, that you would never use a ray trace diagram like this to, you know, really be able to plan out how is my communications going to go today. Right? You really need real-time probing of the ionosphere using ionosondes or whatever else. So that's what I'll go into next time. But what I will go into now is more stuff about this. You get to see the fun stuff. So Mark, I don't know if you've ever seen any of the movies I've done on Universe Sandbox. Have you?
I don't know if I have, but I've seen some of the movies on the magnetic functions up there.
Okay. Well, what I believe I really blew everybody's minds a while back when I started showing a little bit about Universe Sandbox, because what Universe Sandbox is it's a teaching tool that basically is, and it's not that expensive, and what you use it for is that you can create galaxies, you can create solar systems, you can probe the real solar system, you can create your own, you can smash planets and destroy them because it's got a real physics engine, you can create stars and have them go supernova.
I have a copy of it through Steam.
Yes, exactly.
It's
so
a
you know
blast. Yes, I do.
Isn't it fun? So imagine me taking, yeah, literally. Now imagine me taking this Universe Sandbox, then, since you know it, and overlaying and using it as a space weather teaching tool, right? So when we want to talk about different things, because the NASA Visualization Studio had lots of good content that we could use, but sadly it was always trying to tell a story that we didn't want. Or it would just be like, well, we can't get better, so we'll do it this way. And how Universe Sandbox, when I realized that really it was going to be difficult to take the content to the level we wanted to take it without, actually doing our own animations, I said, well, let me think about maybe finding a way of using Universe Sandbox as like a baseline point of departure and then overlaying certain things that were space weather related and to make that work. So I'll show you some of the other movies at some point, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to show the main one that unless anybody wants to see any of the others that I showed last time. Did anyone else miss anything? Or want to see some of the videos that I did last time?
Well, they're searching again. That's such a wonderful
say that again?
tool to watch.
Which one?
I was the one last week. But for the sake, you don't want to.
I have 10 of them, and then I have the 3 that I was going to show today. Why don't I do this? Why don't I show the ones that I was going to show today? I'll make sure I show them first, and then we can look at some of the others if we want. So this one you might recognize as. You might recognize this as the one kind of front end that I've showed before when I first started showing the sun and I overlaid some of the SDO imagery on it. Now what I'm doing is I'm going to go do that again. So we're going to zoom into the sun and you're going to see In this case, I don't know if it's solar min or solar max. I think it's solar maximum. You're going to see an overlay, but this overlay, instead of it just being the AIA image, it's also going to be the potential field source surface model. It's got all the spaghetti, all the magnetic field lines. So what you're looking at is truly real data, and hopefully that's going to disappear good. Real data and real magnetic field modeling using imagery from the sun. So that's the universe sandbox. Now I've overlaid 171 angstroms. You can see this is during solar max. You can see both the bands up top and up bottom. Actually, let me go back. Let me do this again and pause it. It goes too fast. So this is the 171 angstrom image. I'm trying to get one where you can actually see some good bands. Okay. So here's the northern hemisphere band of stuff. Here's the southern hemisphere band of stuff. So you can always tell that it's definitely during solar, getting close to solar max, or when activity is up. If you can see two bands and neither of them are anywhere near the equator, they're both at higher latitudes. Here's the equator where my arm is, and then good stuff going above and below. I had to invert the image to overlay it on the sun and still have that nice glow going on, because the 171 angstrom image would have the sunspot regions, or the bright regions. They would actually be bright. They'd be white colored. Instead, I needed to make them stand out, so I just made them dark, so they almost look like they're real sunspots. So it's kind of cool how that ended up working out. So that's the beginning of it, and then as you continue, so this is the sun's magnetic field during solar maximum. Look at it. It's a mess, right? A dipole field would have very smooth arms coming out, and then a lot of straight lines coming out of the top and straight lines coming out of the bottom. Instead, you're having loops everywhere. You can have loops completely closed up top, down bottom. You can have straight lines coming out of the same areas that the loops are coming out of. It's just spaghetti. And as you can see, the blue means one polarity, the red means another polarity. In this kind of almost nice version of it, you can see mostly open field lines here. This would be where fast solar wind comes from. And again, a lot of open field lines in the north. So you can see that's where, looks like I'm being very jerky. I think my phone is interfering with the, I'm getting a lot of buzzing from my phone, so. It sometimes interferes with my camera stuff. And you're seeing open field lines here, right? But you're also seeing lots of closed lines. If I put my hands in the right place, a lot of closed field here. And you can see the reason why, if I get my hand in the right place, the color code is field that goes out in one direction gets color coded one way. Field that goes into the sun gets color coded the other way. That's why right at this place where it breaks, you can see the colors change, right? So field coming out, field going in. And this is essentially right at this point, kind of the equator of the sun. You can see the dipole. That's one of the ways to look at the solar maximum. Is the difference between solar max and solar min is that solar minimum has the dipole field, which is what I'm going to grab these lobes, these big Dumbo ears over here, these loops. During solar minimum, if I can get my hands in the right place here, during solar minimum, these loops really are sitting flat. So the equator, so the dipole field is nice and flat. And then as you move to solar maximum, the dipole field tilts almost to the point where it goes straight up and down, and then it disappears. So it tilts and shrinks, and then by the time it's completely right, on its side, the dipole field doesn't exist anymore, and you get something that looks more like this. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, there we go. That's a really good one. Yuck. There. We call this a multipolar sun because, my goodness, you can't tell heads from tails, right? You flip this thing over in any direction, it all looks the same. This is what, believe it or not, in 300 to 1,000 years, this is what the Earth field's going to look like. Because the dipole field in the Earth is going to go away. And everybody says, oh no, we're going to die, and everything's going to rot, and cats and dogs raining. No. We're just going to go through a dipole flip just like the sun does every 11 years. So the sun shows us how to do it, and we'll be fine. But for a little while, our field will look this way. And when it does, what that means is wherever we're going to have open field lines is where we're going to see aurora. So aurora is going to be kind of dotting the landscape. We'll have lots of different poles and lots of different places where aurora can happen. It's going to be a very interesting time. Space weather is going to be radically different, as well as compasses, any compasses that we try to use. I don't even know if compasses are going to work all that well, to be honest. I don't know how fast the field's going to switch. But at least for our star, this is a pretty good indicator of solar maximum. Any questions before I show you the solar minimum movie? You want me to play this again?
No, can you still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Lord,
my screens are messed up, so I can't figure out what's going on. Whereby is a mess.
Your screens?
Well,
Whereby
yeah.
is a mess.
I maximize you, and I used to have everybody on one side in smaller panels, and now it's got half you down the bottom. And I don't know what.
Oh,
it keeps changing.
I know. They keep changing and it messes me up. I think if you do you have me? Well, I don't know. Can you spotlight? I don't know if you can. It may be because you have me maximized, or I don't know.
No, well, I know I do have you bigger than the rest of them. Yes, I can see the all your presentation, but now it's slowly coming back. Everybody is slowly now lining up on the right side of the screen where they normally are. I'm not sure what's going on with it.
I'm seeing the exact same thing, and I've been over here trying to mess with it because one person, you're maximized, and Mark was over here big and everybody else was little, and I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with the screen. And, now it just automatically, everybody's back where they're supposed to be.
Yeah,
you probably find that on the right-hand side, when I was larger, is because the system will identify who's speaking and move them to a prominent position. That's common with video systems.
It is, but it's not supposed to. That's one of the reasons why I use Whereby, why I use Whereby for LA Connection when we do live shows. It gives us a lot more control, and it doesn't try to take over and automate things. What it does do sometimes, though, is if somebody is minimized, then it will put people. It tries to group the icons down at the bottom. But if everybody has their cameras on, it keeps them all to the side. So that's one thing I've noticed. And also, if you have your mute on or off, that also makes a difference as to whether you appear as a small button or you appear as a bigger screen. And I hate that. I have argued with Whereby about that many times. I do not understand their rationale as to why they're doing that, but I think it's because they think that that's somehow helpful when it comes to video conferencing. You minimize people who are muted, they obviously are unimportant. It's like, no, that's not true. So it's sadly it's a moving target, and I'm hoping that we can get some of these features back. But sadly, Whereby is growing; it's a growing platform, and they keep making these features, which to me there's very few of them that I've actually liked. To me, they've degraded the quality of this platform. But we'll keep working on it. All right, so poor Lourdes is gone now, but. Is everybody's Whereby functioning properly, hopefully, at this point?
Yeah, it's sort of lined back up to normal now.
Oh my goodness.
Well, it could be.
I
mean,
even Chris is back.
Sound is out of slip, so it's kind of like watching an old Godzilla movie. Kind of fun.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this one is solar minimum. And I'll just step out of the screen
with problem.
Okay, so again, you're seeing here's what's 171 looks like. Look, no sunspots during solar minimum, very few. And so you see, just a little bit of stuff. And look how much simpler the magnetic field is. Do you see that? Remember I told you the dipole field would have the ears on each side? Well, and that's what we're seeing. So it's like a nice, open field up at the top, open field down at the bottom. You don't really see that many field lines. And then you see just a gentle kind of reconnection, gentle kind of opening and closing of these lines in the equator area. And that is this is what a dipole field looks like during solar minimum, because it's just very well formed and it's flat. So this is why we have so little weather activity during solar minimums, because there's not a lot of bits and pieces of the magnetic field that's arguing with itself and needing to reconfigure all the time. And that's why weather goes away. It's also why sunspots go away. And so hopefully there's enough contrast between the two so I can show you the coolest bit, which is putting them all together. Now, when I showed the ARRL guys this, they loved it. And we do have a few issues, but I'll get to that in a second. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the movie, and then I'm going to see if I can get your thoughts on what you think of how it goes. I'll stand completely out of the way and not say anything. It'll stop here in just a sec. Okay. So, thoughts? Initial thoughts?
Amazing contrast.
Okay. Cool.
That was
So you can
Rachel
see the
looked. She came in and she's like, "So would this be the flares are coming?" She nailed it. Looking at it, she understood exactly what you were trying to portray.
Cool. Okay. Good.
I think
the
it's
contrast
great.
is there. You definitely can tell which one is. So even if I didn't have these words in here, solar max, solar min, you can figure it out.
Oh yeah,
Probably.
The only thing I would the rotation of the sun on both of, if you beat a rotation, it's perfect. Tells a great story. A little distracting. The solar speed faster, and I think it'd be telling a story.
Wait, so you're saying I should spin it?
It's during.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Your audio is breaking up,
I don't know. Yeah, your bandwidth I think is low.
Okay,
I couldn't understand him at the last meeting. Are you using Bluetooth for audio?
No, I was trying to screen. I've actually was trying to screen share with the television. Is that better?
Oh, much better.
Yeah, that actually is. Yeah.
Okay,
Wow.
because I think actually I was trying to shut on the big screen television so Rachel could watch it while she was doing stuff. But so I think it was actually trying to use my stupid Apple remote as the microphone. Anyway, what I was saying was the actual sun rotation in the solar minimum and the solar maximum, there seems to be a differential, or the solar minimum seems to be rotating slower. So someone might look at it and say during solar maximum, the sun spins faster. That's what causes all these.
Oh, I see. I see what.
It may be an
concern
optical
is
illusion.
It looks like.
Well,
I will double check. I see what you're saying, because that is a definite concern. If people think that it's because the sun, they think the sun's rotating faster. There's a lot more markers on the sun on the solar max side than there are in the solar min side, because you're seeing a lot of change in the magnetic field and you're seeing a lot of sunspot, a lot of rotation on the disk. Yeah, I thought I did them the same. I thought I did them the same period, and I'm seeing a lot in the solar minimum. I'm seeing a lot of the AIA imagery spinning quite quickly, but there's not any. It's unremarkable, right? The AIA imagery on the solar minimum side is really kind of dull. So,
if you look at some of the
point during the.
It looks pretty close You have to really pay attention to it to see it, but it looks pretty close.
But I think it's the illusion.
And that may just
be
faster is because all the activity is catching your eye and moving and popping in and out. Where on the solar side, it's basically bare and there's nothing there to catch your eye. That's what makes it foolish. Yeah.
Yeah, because these are large scale. Because, like, for instance, if you watch the foot points, for instance, of this region here or down in here, the single foot point will move quite quickly across, but other foot points will then come in and they'll be located almost in the same place. So it makes it look like it's static, like the magnetic field isn't doing anything.
Right.
And the sad thing is that I don't know if I sped it up, if it's going to make even any difference, simply because
that's fine.
The magnetic field is so benign.
Like I said, Tamitha, it might just be something to talk about, or just to mention, saying,
yeah, you make a really good point.
I just don't want people to look at it and say that, yeah, during a solar maximum, the reason there's a solar maximum is because the sun spun up because it's faster, it's active. No, that's not really what's going on.
No, you're right. And that's a scary point. I would not want someone to walk away with that. Here's this right here. Hold on. Watch this. You'll see over here, you'll see a sunspot in the south. Right there. Watch. See how fast that moves through?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You see that?
Yeah, I think you do. I think you've got them the same speed.
I don't think it's that much different speed of rotation. I think it's just the amount of data that's being presented.
Well, and that's, and are we just talking about the amount of data right in here, or are you talking about the whole
no,
being presented?
If you look at the left half of the sphere, there is significantly more information on the solar left half of the sphere than there is on the right. If you watch through that, you can see those endpoints, and they actually track pretty good across. But because there's so much more information on the left-hand side, your eye gets drawn over there. It's an illusion.
Yeah. It is the illusion because there's much more to catch your eye, and you automatically go. And the other thing of it is the background, which is the Milky Way that comes sweeping across. It never changes speed from all the way from the right to the left. So if these were running two different speeds, you would see a change there. That doesn't happen.
Well, actually, that would show that too. But that actually is something that I wouldn't have to, because we're talking about the overlays, and those are independent of the universe sandbox. But yeah, that's something I think that does anchor. You're right, Jerry. I'm glad actually I have that Milky Way in there. That was one of the things I was going to ask if it was distracting, but maybe that helps unify the whole thing so that it doesn't. It makes it feel like it is more the same speed. What I will do though is that I will go back.
You could possibly use that as a point of reference. That and the fact, if in the description it says, as you see this, it may look like the solar maximum is moving or the solar minimum, but if you watch the background, the background stays the same, and this is all one movie, so it doesn't track. It's the illusion that it's turning faster. So just because you have that going through there, you could use that as an anchor point to clarify that you're being fooled if you think it's turning faster. Right.
That's a good point. I could definitely do that. I could also try to make fool myself by actually playing the overlay of the solar minimum side faster, and just see if it makes any difference. Because the thing is, even if I were to do it 2 times speed, if those magnetic field lines really just aren't doing all that much and changing all that much, it's still going to look like it's playing slower. So it may be an optical illusion that I just can't get around no matter what I try to do, and we just may have to talk through it. But I think that's a very, very good point.
What about adding some latitude lines, like it may be 90, 180, and 270 to show that they're in sync?
The only way I can do that, that's not a bad idea either, but the only way I could do that is to add a grid, and that grid, I think, is in J HelioViewer is it's too populated, and so it'll get in the way of the magnetic field lines themselves and just make it look too busy. I can't just do a simple, 90, 180, 270. Can't do that.
Well, honestly, Tamitha, I think at this point, if you verify that they're both synced up, they're going at the exact same speed, it just becomes a talking point. And like Jerry said, having the Milky Way sweeping across the background, you're saying, look, this is really what we struggle with, is all of this information we're dealing with coming down. In this simple diagram, you think this is distracting. You ought to see the real information that we need to sort through to try to go through and understand what's going on. So, I mean, it may even be a better point.
Because this, you're right, because this doesn't even have the weather in it. This doesn't have weather. This doesn't even have the differential rotation. This doesn't have all the things that can make dealing with the sun and doing science on the sun extremely hard. And that may help focus us back to, as we start moving back to the ionosphere, back to Earth, back down to DXing. And, we're trying to talk about all these different elements and the interplay between them. That's maybe a good way to kind of segue into it, is to talk about how, look how complicated it is already. And we haven't even, gotten to the weather part. This is just the climatology part. So that's a good point. Well, one question I did have for you all, because this is something that we're kind of dealing with right now with the ARRL group, is that even though this, we're going to introduce this movie as solar minimum, like just showing solar minimum and then showing solar maximum and then doing this split screen, and they will have already been introduced to the ray trace diagrams. Okay, they will have seen that because, you saw me walk through the storyboard with you. You saw how we introduced the ray trace diagrams a bit. So they'll be a bit familiar with that. But even at all that, is this too much? Look at this. This is messy.
No, I don't think so.
No, not at all.
No.
Because I was only half listening because I was putting dishes together and taking care of dinner and everything. And I stopped and I saw where you were explaining this. And then I came in while you were playing that, and I immediately picked up on it. And I haven't been to all the classes that Chris has. So even with just the rudimentary understanding and just recently becoming a general, I followed it right away. I knew exactly where you were going with it.
Oh, cool. Okay. That helps immensely, because that was something we were concerned about.
Because having seen them separately, now this shows the whole picture. You understand why the tracer diagrams and the amount of waveforms that is being displayed there. How many times the signal is bouncing with the solar maximum? Those two go together. You said, okay, when it's maximum, look what it does, and everything bounces like crazy. Over here on solar minimum, there's hardly nothing there, and it doesn't bounce, and that's why we can't talk anywhere. It solidifies everything right together. It only takes a glance to be able to see that, right, Rachel?
Yeah, it really was. Like I said, I just happened to walk over while she was playing the video. I'm like, hey, that looks like, if that's what a solar flare would look like as it was coming across. And Chris was like, yeah, that's exactly what it was. So I said, I picked up on it right away from just watching the little bits that you had already shown and just a little bit of information that, like I said, that a lot of that you can pick up even in just the general manual, or any basic information that you're coming into the class with.
Right. Yeah, I think with some of the stuff that we were talking about, I'm hoping that I don't know whether or not they're going to let me show that like the video that I had last time where I actually showed that coronal mass ejection coming out of the sun. That's probably the one I should show Mark, so he can see how because Mark, I don't think you've seen it, how I actually married AIA, as you're seeing here, and on the sun, and then also coronagraph imagery. And you actually get to see a real,
that's cool.
CME, a big solar storm launch out of the sun, overlaid on this. As a matter of fact, I think this very backdrop. So it gets really kind of cool. But one of the things, when I run this again, so the first ray trace diagrams, and I'll duck down so you can see them. The first ray trace diagrams are March solar max and solar min. So that's what you're looking at there. And then you'll see it blink, and then the ray trace diagrams restart, and what you'll end up seeing is fall. So it's September. There's September at the equinox. So the fall equinox and the spring equinox. So this is September now. And we decided that we were going to play those and probably not play the summer and winter, simply because the fall, the equinoxes are really where you take the seasonal variations out. And this is just simply the solar solar min versus solar max difference. Because, seasons, of course, can really wreak havoc. But Nathaniel was very worried. I mean, he's worried that there's just too much going on. We're thinking maybe because there's a lot of dead space down here, that maybe I should shift the sun up and give the ray trace diagrams more room to breathe down in here. I don't know. We'll try to figure that out. But we're going to definitely make the fonts bigger on the ray trace diagrams. As you can see, you can hardly read them. And we've got to work out all those details. But if you guys don't think that that's too much information to throw at people.
Well, again, this is a movie that's being put together, and it's going to be available for anybody to go back and review as many times as they wish. They may not catch it the first time. The point being is, it's going to be on the YouTube channel, I assume, and they can go back and watch it repeatedly. And the more they watch it, the more everything will start to fit together. You can't expect them to get a snapshot and see it instantly. The whole idea is you need enough information there for them to go back and do the review and review, and they'll get all the information. Not everybody's going to grab it at the first instant, and that's fine. The whole idea is that it's there available, because you pare away too much, then there's nothing left to go back and review that you hadn't already seen the first time.
Right.
I don't think you want to pare it down too much.
Some complexity will entice people to look harder rather than skip over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, and that's, I got to remember that this is the amateur radio crowd. These aren't just, space weather enthusiasts. These guys are the ones that, like to dig into the
I was just about to say that. I said, we love to dig. The more information you give us, the more we start digging.
Okay, that's cool. Because then I don't feel so bad. Because when I put this thing together, I said, okay, granted, they will have seen each component of this movie in its own, highlighted in its own way first. So this is just kind of putting together of multiple concepts that they had already seen, and just kind of creating the whole picture for them. But even at that, I mean, there's only so many components you can put together all at once without it really confusing people. And it sounds like this is a good level.
But you're not introducing, when you put them together, you're not introducing something new that they hadn't seen before. They've seen the individual pieces. Now all you're showing is the relationship as it all comes together and does it in real time. And that's when the light bulb goes on and says, "Oh, now I understand."
Yeah. And that's that. So the new concept really is how they stitch together, and that's I just wanted to make sure that that's not too much. Mike, you've been awfully quiet. You and Deepak have been quiet. Is all of this work for you, or do you see new things that you might change?
I'm just listening. I had my mic muted so that y'all didn't hear me ruffling papers.
Yeah,
Does all this make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. It's great.
Okay. Yeah, Deepak?
The blank space, probably you can fill it more or make it darker or something, but otherwise it's good.
Okay.
There's a lot of blank space.
Yeah.
I
There
think
is a lot of blank space.
Yeah.
Well, but you don't need to fill it up, because then that adds too much detail and takes away from the three things you're trying to show. I don't think you want to fill it up. I think you want it to have only the suns and the ray traces, and because all you want to do is show the relationship as it's working. You start putting everything else in there, now you're introducing stuff they hadn't seen individually, and they don't know where it fits.
Yeah, and they'll start digging more and more.
Yeah, but what we can do though is that again that was brought up, and what we could do is we can pull the sun down a bit more, and then so like take the solar min and solar max, just take this whole part of the frame and shift it down so that solar min and solar max are a little bit lower down here. The sun is a little bit lower, and then that frees up another this much space to maybe make those ray trace diagrams larger, because they're not going to be overrunning the sun anymore, because the sun will be lower. So the ray trace diagrams can be a bit larger on each side, and so it highlights them more. Or maybe start like this and then shift the sun down and then blow up the ray trace diagram. So we can talk still with the sun as the focus, but then morph it into something that then has the ray trace diagrams as the focus. I don't know, something like that might work, because I think I can do that without too much
I think you
hassle.
should not let the magnetic line touch the ray traces. So if you put it down a bit, the sun, that would be good.
Yeah,
Probably
I
make
think
it
we might
bigger,
do that.
make the sun a bit bigger, probably, or the ray traces.
Well, yeah, what I might do in the beginning is like whoops, when I'm here before I do the ray traces, have the sun be about like this. Whoops, hang on. Have the sun be about like this, maybe a little bit larger, right, so that you can see. Sorry about this bar in the middle. Can I move this? So have it about like this, maybe a little bit larger. The sun could be a little bit larger. But then when the ray traces come in, I might have them come in kind of like this, but small, so that they're not touching the sun. I mean, they are a little bit with the lines. But then I'll slowly shift the sun down, and maybe if it's too large, I'll shrink it. And then the ray trace diagrams then they start out small and they can grow bigger. So depending upon what our dialogue ends up being, where you can see in the movie that we're shifting our focus from talking about solar min and solar max with the sun, and then slowly putting our focus on what the effects of the solar min and solar max are with the ray trace diagram. So we're going back to the ray trace diagrams being the main focus. So that might be a nice kind of evolution of this this movie, instead of just having them sit like they do now, and it's just this stale, I mean, you're looking at a lot of stuff, but we could just play this over and over again. If I slowly were to shift the sun down and make those ray traces bigger, that might get everybody to focus where we want their eyes to focus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that might be a better execution.
Shift of focus.
Sadly,
yeah.
I'm the one who has and shift the focus. Yeah. Sadly, I'm going to be the one who has to do all this, because the ARRL folks, they have no capability to do this. But isn't this cool? I mean, Mark, would you ever thought that you could do something like this with Universe Sandbox?
No, I'm absolutely amazed at the overlay on it. That's fantastic.
Well, I have all my video tools, right? I have my arsenal of my own tools, and I thought, well, let's just make, if we have something as cool as Universe Sandbox, if I make things go a certain way and I get the viewpoint a certain, this way or that, then I can basically build anything I want. And matter of fact, I'll show you. These guys got to see this really cool one. Oh, that's the wrong. Ha ha ha. Very funny. The only time you'll see a PC X on a Mac where is that? And the ionosphere trace, I could show you that one too, but let me show. I think this is it. Yeah, because it looks like it's. Let's see if this ends up being one. So this is the movie that I showed last time, where I was just learning about how to use the Universe Sandbox and just seeing proof of concept. Could I overlay AIA data? And sure enough, I did. I was like, wow. So this was 211 angstroms, I believe. And if I pause it for a sec, I had to invert it. So in 211 angstroms, or this may be 193, I can't remember. But if you see this very bright patch here, in actuality, in 211 angstroms or 193, this is a coronal hole. It's actually very dark in the image. But if I had to flip the light and dark, that's why the coronal hole now looks like it's massive. And it's this big bright thing. And then, of course, all the bright regions in 211 angstroms got reversed to be black, so they look like sunspots. So this was just a movie that I had back in like April. And I just had that data, so I said, let me just use it, because it was something I had from a forecast I had done at that time. And the funny thing is if you watch, you'll see both in this AIA overlay, you can see all this fuzz coming out of the sun here. All this fuzz is part of the solar atmosphere. You'll see not only in this orange fuzz, you'll see a ripple go whoosh like this, but then you'll see a coronagraph image of a big coronal mass ejection come out. And it was the CME that was launched during that period. And you'll even see some dates on there, if I recall. So watch this for just a moment. Here it comes. Is that crazy?
That's amazing.
So I'll
That's
show that
great.
again. And so, yeah, I've got this was an image from Seeds, from the Seeds catalog. I just took several of the difference images, and you can see all the dates. Let me stop real fast. But this is the automated, they had wave fronts, the automated machine detector, event detector, and then calculating with the difference images, boom, 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 how long it took that massive stuff to get off of the screen. And in doing so, it's able to calculate things like the principal angle, the direction it's coming, the time differential, between the scene, the sides, and then the height, how far is it coming off, and then it also calculates the speed. So you're actually seeing the details, and these are real times in UTC and stuff like that. So it was just, and it was literally that easy. And I thought, wow, man, this could be a really powerful tool. I think I either show it again or I zoom out, and you'll see it again. And this time I take off all the data so that it just looks more artistic. And Deepak, this, if you recall, this was stuff that could easily help get people to understand what coronal mass ejections are in a much more intuitive manner, and their relationship with our universe and how they blow off the sun and stuff like that, because I think it's a far more intuitive kind of feel. So there it is again, and now you're going to see that CME launch off the east side. Now, if I do some animations, I could actually even have, and I think I do it even further out, I could actually even have more animations that actually track that solar storm as it goes out to Earth. And then I could focus in on Earth and actually do that. And I haven't done that yet, but that's something I plan on doing.
That glow there, is that the corona around the sun, the glow?
That glow is the universe's sandbox version of the corona in white light. So basically the way the sun would look like in space to our eyes. When I put these other overlays on them, like this one, for example, that you see in the orange, this is a wavelength of light that we can't see with our eyes. This is extreme ultraviolet. As a matter of fact, this is a wavelength of light that you can't see on the ground. You have to see it in space, because the extreme ultraviolet is actually, all of that light is actually absorbed by our own atmosphere. So we end up not seeing any of that. But this is the neat part of the overlay, is that I can literally take universe sandbox data, and you have the white light underneath it, and then overlay different versions of AIA imagery or SOHO or whatever other imagery I want to do. And I can easily do it even far away. Look at that. You see that little teeny tiny CME coming off the sun?
Amazing, yeah. Amazing.
So that's where the power comes with Universe Sandbox. And then I'll show one more before again, not Android. Oh, come on. I'll show one more. Now this one is, okay, I think this is the right one. I believe so. So this is Universe Sandbox again, and this is more for Mark's edification than anyone else, I think. But this is how we're going to start doing the as you can see, there's the ray trace idea. We're having that fade. So that's one way that we were thinking of using the Universe Sandbox. And I think now there's one other one I want to show, and I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. Onto ionosphere ray trace. I can't find that one. Let me show one more. I don't have to go through them all, but maybe the magnetosphere one would be really cool. Let me do this. I want to show them all. That's the sad thing. But this, here's another one. So this is going past the sun up to Earth. This is the one where we're going back. As soon as we go, we looked at the solar dynamo, and now we're ready to head back to Earth. This is how we were going to do it, was that we were passing the sun, we were getting back to Earth, and then I was going to stop and talk about the magnetosphere, the Earth's magnetic shield. And you'll see very, very quickly I end up doing oh wait, maybe I don't. Oh, maybe this is the other one. Oh, this is the one. Okay, cool. This is the one I was actually looking for. So we move really close into the Earth, and this is just a mock-up because I do it in the wrong fashion. We end up being over the ocean instead of over the United States. But as I'm playing with the camera here, trying to get the idea of getting the Earth's ionosphere on its side, then I'm able then to overlay in a very silly fashion, I'm able to overlay one of the ray trace diagrams. And if there was land here instead of an ocean, which is what we're supposed to make it, you could actually see how those ray trace hops actually map back to being on a real, the way they map into a real ionosphere. So we can actually go from a globe, which is something we understand, to how these ray trace diagrams actually work. And I think I end up fading the image in. I didn't, this, like I said, was a proof of concept, something I wanted to do, but I don't really like how the color overlay is. But I want to work on how to make that, be better. But at least it was a proof of concept, and those guys really liked how that worked, because that was a neat way of introducing what we're looking at when we're looking at the ray trace diagrams. So that, I think, everybody else has seen, but Mark has not seen that. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
It's a great way to have a visual understanding of what everybody else just sees as paragraphs on a page somewhere. Being able to see something like that makes... I work with people that have different learning concepts. People that are tactile learners, people that are audio learners, people that are video learners. And being able to do this in multiple different forms is fantastic.
Oh, good. Good. And that's what really we're trying to do. I don't want to leave anyone behind. So, the funny thing is that this tool, for example, is, it's actually used for science. It's actually a physicist's tool. And it's neat to be able to turn around and break it down in such a fashion that somebody who has very little understanding of any of that stuff could still look at this tool and intuitively get it. And that's really what I wanted to do. And I hope that gets the point.
I know, I'm visual.
So I should develop this. You're visual?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm visual, and if you show me a picture like this and illustrate it, I can wrap my head around it really good. And one thing that I noticed when the sun was up there, I could see the solar system, the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy go by in the background. Where did that come from?
That's all that's all the Universe Sandbox. That's what I love about Universe Sandbox, is that it lets you tell the story. Right, I'm not in there smashing planets and stuff and doing what most people do with Universe Sandbox, but I'm using it as the backdrop to tell a very specific story without having to spend thousands and thousands of dollars. I mean, you'd think, right? That maybe not this particular movie, but the other ones I showed you, that, dang, getting like the NASA visualization studio to foot the bill for something like this would be pretty danged expensive. But Universe Sandbox does a lot of it for me. So, Rachel, were you going to say something, by the way? Because I think
I was going to say, very much a hands-on kinesthetic learner, and this is probably as close as I'm ever going to get to a hands-on understanding of this concept. So the way that you have things overlaying is really helpful for the way that I learn, because it's sort of introducing those concepts in very much that tactile kind of way. It's like, all right, okay, because it's a building block kind of thing. It's like, all right, it's this piece, and then it's that piece, and now I'm seeing the whole picture. And because when I'm learning something, I literally want to walk 360 around it. I need to look at every piece, every angle, and so that really helps. And but yet So there's enough of the analytics and things and to be able to satisfy someone who is more of an audio learner or a visual learner. So
Right.
Definitely.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that excellent. Oh, and I think that's really what I'm trying to do. And because I mean, I've gone through, I may only be a tech, have my tech license, but I've read some of these books and these courses and things that they're trying to teach, some level of understanding of propagation. And I'm sure the general license studying for that is going to be a lot more of that kind of stuff. But I've looked at the materials that are out there, and even knowing, before I even read it, what it is I'm reading about, I go, God, that's a horrible way of explaining it. I mean, I see it time and time and time again. It's just horrible. It's not intuitive at all.
Tamitha, you don't realize how much you helped me pass my general. Because, I mean, I grew up on the Space Coast. I know so much about astronomy and all of these types of things, but yet still, when you open up that book, there's this understanding that you have a vocabulary that I think most people don't really have, and I really struggled. I really struggled with it.
Wow. It doesn't have to be taught that hard. I don't understand why these concepts have to be taught in like the most confusing. It's like having the keys on a keyboard, right? You guys remember when the typewriters were first invented, why in English, why the keys were done the way they were done and the order they were placed. And it was to slow everybody down. They were literally put on the worst location so that it would make you type physically slow because
No,
they
I
want
can't
all
hear
the keys
you.
to jumble. Oh, we still can't hear you. But the funny thing is now we don't need that, right? We can actually have the keys, and so they tried to redo the keyboards, and of course it never took because everybody's so used to the old way. But imagine how much better typists we would be if they actually put the keys in a useful place instead of making it as most difficult. And sometimes I feel that way with certain types of academic teaching, is that they actually create an impediment to learning with the way that they end up writing a lot of these textbooks. And the truth ends up being so much simpler, and it just is very frustrating to me that we don't see more, that we don't see more scientists today, and I think that's part of the problem. Scientists make the worst teachers, sadly. At least researchers do. They need to be teachers first, I think, and then become scientists, but they do it always backwards. Just a train wreck. Okay, hopefully I didn't offend anybody there, but that's just the way I have a lot of scientist friends, and most of them are very bad at teaching. They're brilliant people, but there's a big but there. Okay, let's see. Is there any other movie I wanted to show? I think I can show the others. We'll revisit them again later. But do you guys get a feel for where we are in the whole storyboarding, scene setting, ARRL, storyline, and does that sound like that would be a good primer? I mean, kind of how we're going really from mud to sun and then back.
Yeah,
I think so.
I think you're on the right path. It's just going to be work out the details.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that'll be the next revisit when we, I don't know how long it's going to take us to make really good progress in the scene, doing the scenes and all that kind of stuff. And if that just starts getting into the minutia, what I might do, the next update I'll give you on this stuff might be when I'm showing you like the really final product movies that are going to be, for the Universe Sandbox stuff, because a lot of these are just our baseline point of departure. And when I get the real movies and the finalized versions of the movies, I'll share those with you. But they will have so many of your comments and suggestions in them, because they already have, for example. And I remember them, from meeting to meeting. I've actually gone back to a couple of our VIP meetings and taken notes on some of this stuff. Okay, so any other comments before I move on to the next really cool thing? Any more comments on the ARRL stuff? No? Okay. Well,
No, that's not. Need to get it out as soon as we can. I got lots. I ran into a ham that just got his general license the other day on the air. I was talking to a friend of mine in Wyoming, and this other ham came in and joined the conversation. He was in Kansas. We were on 40 meters. It was the gray line had passed me, and but it was still still there in Wyoming, and and we were talking, and the ham in Kansas, we were passed it back and forth, and then he came on and he asked Joe. He says, Joe, I had trouble copying Jerry because he went way down. And then he came back up, and then he got sort of. I couldn't understand him, and this, that, and the other. And he says, "You're really you're the same." And he says, "I'm not sure what's going on." He said, "I just got my general, so I don't know what all is going on with this propagation." And so Joe said, "Well," he said, "Yeah." He said, "It's getting that time of day when all he said was it's getting that time of day when 40 meters starts doing strange things, you know." And so I jumped in there and I said, "Well, Doug, yeah, Doug, what you're experiencing is real time. The fact that the gray line has passed beyond me and I'm in the dark, and it is now going over you and heading towards Wyoming. And what you're seeing, the fact is that two levels of the ionosphere are disappearing, the D and the E, and your signals will start bouncing off of the F, and that's when." Joe and I may not be able to even talk to each other because our signals will bounce over the top of each other. I said, what you're experiencing is what happens to all that. That's why we say 40 meters goes nuts for about an hour as the sun goes over you. So he says, man, he says, there is so much I have got to learn. And I said, well, we're working on that, trying to get out more education material.
Right. Oh, poor Lourdes. Well, wait, you're muted. Lourdes, you're muted. Take yourself off mute. I hear. Wait, I heard something.
There's something there. It's like her mic is way down.
Yeah, it's like your mic is way down. Yeah, we hear you, but it's way down. Yeah, I'm hearing something. Like it sounds like whisper almost.
Yeah, exactly. She's way. Yep.
Huh. I don't know, Lourdes. Yeah, I think you might have a mic issue. Can you do it on your phone at all? If you call in so that you're on the phone, you could turn the camera off on the phone, but you can hear and talk to us while you're, on the phone, but then stay with us on the computer. How about that? Yeah, see, I hear you. I almost can understand you, but it's so faint. You gonna call in? No. I can hear you, but just so barely. Oh, you have Best Buy. Oh, she's on.
The Geek Squad to the rescue.
That's right. Get. Yeah, that's good. Get them here. What'd you do to my machine? She says. Yeah, we can. Oh. Yeah, I can even hear the Best
her
Buy
say
dude.
Geek Squad to the rescue.
But just barely. It's like it's.
Mine came in clear.
Wait, what?
I heard her say Geek Squad to the rescue, loud and clear, and then she cut out.
No, that was
and
me.
Then she cut out.
Oh, it was you? Okay.
Oh. Okay, so they're still working. Okay, so while they're doing that, okay, so they're leaving, and who knows? That's just funny. That is funny. But yeah, we did hear her a little bit. So how many of you know about geochron? Anybody heard about geochron? Hands? Gary knows?
Well,
yeah. Mark, kind of.
Very-
Gary, yes.
very little.
Chris, yes. Very
Yeah.
little.
Yeah.
Okay.
Know about it, just can't afford it.
I have my own version of it that's homebrew. It's called ham clock.
Right.
Running on a pie. But
Yep.
it does the same
Yes,
thing.
running on the Pi. That's right. There's a few people I know who have a Raspberry Pi and they run it. And there's I forget the gentleman who creates. Are you running the one from the one ham radio guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that
it's called
it?
the ham clock. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, from Clear Sky Institute.
Yes,
From Clear
that's
Sky,
right.
right.
From Clear Sky.
Yes, I've heard. And Chris, I think you and I have chatted about that before as well. Well, this is obviously not a real geochron, because if it's a real, well, it is a real geochron, as you can tell by the name down here. But if it were a mechanical geochron, of course, you wouldn't be seeing it digitized like this. So this is the digital version. And this is the Atlas 2, the new one. I think it's 2K or 4. It's Atlas 4K, but it's the Atlas 2. So it's the new generation of it. And I went ahead and ponied up the money for it because of what you're not gonna see, sadly, because it's not been deployed yet. But I'm going to show you just a little bit about the geochron. As you can tell, it's a clock, right? And for those of you who aren't familiar with it, you can hopefully tell that this is a map of the world, right? So make me big if you need to, so that you can see, maximize me so you can see at least some of the details. And you can see, speaking of the gray line, right? The East Coast is just beginning to have their lights go down, and here in the United States. And then, of course, west in Los Angeles, where I am, is right here. So what I've got overlaid, so this is the North American continent, South America is down here, and Asia is over here, right? And you can see it's morning. It's morning in Indonesia. So it's kind of nice because it shows the whole map. Now, the way a mechanical geochron works is that they've got this day-night terminator that's always centered in the middle of the map. And then the flat map that you're seeing here is actually on rollers, and that actually moves across. So the land moves across the face of the clock, and that's how the mechanical clocks work. In the digital realm, they decided to keep that. So unlike most maps, if you guys are used to seeing maps with a day-night terminator, you're used to that terminator moving across the map, okay? And so you'd see that terminator, right, because this is the day side. This would be the day side of Earth. And then the night side of Earth would be, partly here and partly over here where the wraparound is. And by the way, I don't know if you can read the numbers up here. This is done in 24-hour time. So you can see, here's 1, right, hour 1. And it goes all the way to 24 across the main page, but you can also see hour 1 again on this side. So you get a little overlap on this side, and over here you get a little overlap as well, because you can see 23, 24, and 1 twice. Okay. So it's kind of nice. So we're getting, you can stand on either side of the map and not totally lose everything, because what I'm blocking, you actually see on the other side. But just like the mechanical geochron, if you notice carefully, everything shifts. The map itself shifts underneath the this stable, stationary terminator line. Okay, so local noon, right where the sun sees, is always right here, well, in the center. So these clock things don't change, but the map moves underneath. Does that make sense to everyone? Which is slightly different than what you're probably used to. Yeah, I didn't lose anybody.
No.
Hopefully not. Okay, cool.
No, the ham clock does the same display.
Oh, and does it keep its terminator in the same place and it moves
Yes.
the map underneath, or does the
Yeah.
Terminator move?
No, mine it
No, map moves.
Yeah. The map
map
moves. Mhm.
Okay, well, that's good. So they've made it like Geochron. Now, a lot of the other places I've seen, so when you go to a lot of the DX propagation maps and you go to, like, for instance, DRAP on the Space Weather Prediction Center site, or lightning maps, they'll actually show the Terminator move. It's the Terminator
Right.
that moves, and they just show the map of the world being stationary. So there is a little bit of translation that has to happen. And when the guys at Geochron put this together, they put together a bunch of different layers for lots of different reasons. And what I've got displayed right now is, I think just I don't know if it's a topographical, or it's just a man-made map. It's a simple map. And then what you're seeing kind of overlaid, and I've got it black and white, the map itself, because when it's color, it's so vivid, it looks like Walt Disney threw up all over it. So I kind of kept it that way, softer. And I've got overlaid cloud formations, so you can see clouds, especially at nighttime, you can easily see clouds. And then precipitation, that's just slightly overlaid in green. Okay. Population density, so for instance, this is India, the Kashmir area. Population density is overlaid on, so you can actually see where people live. And then right now, sad to say, because Keith isn't here, I've got airlines. You guys notice?
So I saw Deepak right there.
Yeah. That's right. This is, and if you notice, I don't know if you guys can read this. Can you read this on your screen at all? Sadly, I can't zoom in, so. Hard
it's
to read.
Illegible. Yeah. Unreadable.
Yeah. It says, sadly, it's okay. Well, then that tells me you may not be able to see the planes very well either. It says currently displaying 500 of 7,572 in flight. Active category is North American Airlines. Whoops, it just shifted. And then it says advanced tracking at planefinder.net. These are live positions. See, now it just shifted. There are 95 that it's displaying now from South American Airlines. And if you notice down here, all these little white things, not the one with the tails, but all the little white dots that you see, I don't know if you can make out the fact that they're planes, but they are. And they actually move.
So it's pulling the ADS-B data?
Planes. Say again?
So it's pulling the ADS-B data coming from the planes? The position of the position of the altitude?
Yes.
Yes, these are ADS-B out transponders. And there are so many planes in the air all the time that they can't show them all. And so I just have it randomly switching every 30 seconds or minute to different, carriers. So this time right now it's still showing South American Airlines, but it will flip. Once again, here it just flipped again. And now it's showing 36 flights from African Airlines. And of course, you can see over here, oops, my hands out of the way here, all this stuff from here. And of course, the African continent, you can see them here. They're only showing 36 flights, but look at Africa at night. All the planes. Now, on top of that, you will also see a few other things. So you'll see some random stuff like this here, and they move a lot faster. These little guys right here. You notice these things which move faster. These are satellites. These are all the NOAA birds. And they actually even say the words that you can't read. This is NOAA 14. These are all the weather sats that are taking all these pictures, right? NOAA 5. There's SOMI, NPP, for those of you who ever have seen me place aurora images sometimes on Twitter. There's NPP. This is where you get it from, is the satellite, and this is where it is right now. If I want to, what airline did it switch to? Now it's doing Asian Airlines. So, see all over Asia?
Did you have to buy a subscription to get to that data?
For this, no. But this is where it gets fun. I'll show you a couple other things. Now I'm going to pull up my Geochron.
You do know we call those targets, right?
Say again?
You do know we call those targets, right? You know, there may be a watch list that some people may be on for being able to display this data. Just something to keep in mind.
Actually, the military, you know what the military does? Every now and again, you can tell a plane that is actually being masked because you'll watch it, especially in like, not planefinder.net, but FlightAware. I've seen it with FlightAware, where suddenly the trajectory of the plane goes dick, 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 and it does this weird like tracking thing. I was like, oh, that's probably a military plane because they actually do, you know, buzz out their signals on purpose, and so they get these kind of, you know, they're since they're spoofers, right? They spoof what the signal really is. So here's the back end to Geochron, and if you probably can't read it again, this one, it's on general, and you see all the maps up here, all the different maps you can choose, and I have the oceanic map right here, but the one next to it is actually ham radio. So I'll switch to that for now. If I can make, whoop, oh gosh, no, I went to layers, hold on. Back. And of course, I'm gonna look like a drunken sailor because I have a 2-second delay. And so I'll switch that so you can see that, you see the back of my map already changed. So now I'm on a ham radio map, and we'll talk about what that does in a minute. It doesn't change any of the layers that you saw other than just the map in the bottom. What I'll also do is go to down. I'll take off grayscale mode, put it on color mode. Ooh, pretty. And then I will switch over and turn the analemma on. Oop. No, that's not. Come on. Turn on the analemma. There. And so we can see where the sun is. And then I'll go back upstairs to the layers, and I'll just play with them for just a second. So now I'm going to go to layers. This is what you could get for free. Well, not free, I mean you have to buy the clock. These are just the normal layers. They have all sorts of things. You can change the terminator line. You can change, you can actually get updates on COVID cases, the number of COVID cases. No, I'm not going to put that layer on. It's depressing. So don't ask me to. You can have human lights in this. I think I actually have the opacity down quite a bit. So let me go down to human lights. Oh no, I have it up to 100. Okay, so in the dark, you should be able to see probably the planes. Oh wait, I don't have it up all the way there. Sometimes the planes take over, so that's a problem. And then you have things like shipping lanes, air traffic, air pollution, population density, and then there's a demonstration mode I could go into. So these are some of the layers that you get for free. And let me go out of this. Again, be very careful here. Now, on top of that, that's pins, so I'm not going to go there. Here's the live layers. So this is all this stuff, again, you can get for free that are live. So the top was COVID-19 confirmed cases. The second one is weather, which I have on. The third one is satellites, which those are all the NOAA birds I showed you, as well as the Suomi, but they're all the weather sats. The next one is HST, Hubble Space Telescope. So I'll go ahead and do this. I'll really make this machine work hard. I'm going to flip on, whoops. Well, how did you get here? I was going to show that in a second. This is the ISS. Come on, click on it. Show you. So that was another one, is that you can do the ISS, which I hopefully just turned on. But I wanted to turn on the Hubble Space Telescope. Come on. I won't show the feature. Go back. Hold on a sec. I have to get to the right place. There we go. So I'll flip that on, and then I'll go down to the ISS. Over. Sorry, it's so slow. And flip that on. So then we're going to get some ISS and HST tracks. Past that, the live commercial flights that I've got, live commercial, you can separate it by continents, or you could separate it by airlines. You could do the moon phase, which just shows a little moon up at the top corner if you want. and undersea cables, if you wanted to have them lit up, you could do that as well. Then, as if that isn't enough, let me get up out of this, back up to the layers. You could go to the premium layers, and this is where it's going to get cool. And I can't show you this because I'm actually a beta tester, but I had the earthquake premium layer on. They actually are having a layer that as soon as they deploy it, which they're going to be deploying it to the public in about a week or two, that layer actually shows you where all the active earthquakes are at any one time. And that premium layer, actually, you have to pay for. Now, the next one they're going to release right after this is ham radio, which is really, really cool. I'm going to get out of the layers now because that's pretty much all I could show you. So take a look how different the map looks now, just from the cute little things we did to it. Pretty neat, huh? And I'll go over a couple of them. Very first thing is you can see the analemma, right? This is the thing where if you take a picture in the sky, the same place in the same sky that has the sun in it somewhere, and you take a picture every day over the course of a year, the sun will track out this shape.
At the same time.
At the same time
Each
of day,
day.
yes. Each day. Same time of day. Camera's in the same position in the sky, the same time every single day, and you keep overlaying every day, each frame on top, so that you stack up pictures of where's the sun at 12 noon, let's say, at 12 noon, at this location, looking at the same point in the sky. The sun will actually trace out this figure 8. This figure 8 is the analemma. At the subsolar point, this is, well, I guess at the subsolar point, this is the way it looks. And you get at the summer solstice, it's up here, the very tip top. That's why we're almost there now. We're just slightly shy of it, or just gone past it, actually. That's the summer solstice. Down here is the winter solstice. Right, the sun would be in this track. And then, of course, at the equinoxes, it's right here where the cross is, right, where the figure 8 is. So you can have the analemma on, and you can tell where your seasons are. And you'll notice that with the Terminator, you can see that northern hemisphere, there is such a thing as a midnight sun, because the sun is always, no matter what time of day it is, there's always sunlight at this latitude and above, all the way across. And then when it goes to wintertime, this shape of this will change. The shape of these things will change. They'll get up to the point where they cut off the top, the highest latitudes, and they'll start lighting up the bottom. And so this will change over these seasons, and you'll see that happen as this analemma changes over the course of time. So it's really kind of neat because it's showing all of this in real time. Yeah.
What is the shape of the gray lines at the equinoxes?
What is the shape of the gray line at the equinoxes? These lines on either side here, they actually become more vertical.
Yeah,
and so it
becomes a square.
Yeah, they shifts like this.
Or a rectangle, yeah. Right.
so yeah, if you were to see the gray line instead of this V this way, during the winter solstice, the V would be slightly the opposite. So it's just this thing, yeah. So the gray line does this, and I guess the mechanical clocks actually have that mechanical.
They do. That's why.
In them
That's
as well.
why at the equinoxes, the gray line, that's the best time to work from north to south, because the gray line goes vertical from north to south. The rest of the time you're fighting the problem, but at the equinoxes, that's when you can get the best propagation from the northern hemispheres into the southern hemispheres.
Yeah, because you're in the same local time. What a neat concept. I've never thought of that before with the gray line, but that's true, because you're always during the summer. So then obviously the worst time to work the gray line, it would be in the summer or the winter solstices, because you're crossing through the most local times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because here, down in the southern hemisphere, where you follow that gray line, if you look at the gray line here, it's at local time, 7, 8 in the morning. You go straight up to the top of the clock, right? 7 or 8 in the morning. To get my hand in the right place, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Right.
But if you wanted
7
to talk,
right now here.
Yeah, so I'm basically at your longitude there, Deepak. And so if you wanted, if the gray line had been here, and you were down in this area, or let's say, I don't know, on some island somewhere down here, and you wanted to follow that gray line and have your signal propagate up, the problem is it's kind of hard to be able to follow that. Then you go into a different local time. So it's like actually what, 5 or 6 in the morning. Yeah. So yeah, that's an interesting thought, that how that gray line propagates. It's nice when it's all in the same local time. Very cool. That's a very good point.
I have Geochron open in another tab. Did you have to buy a little adapter for this to work? You had to buy a little box to get this to work?
Did I have to buy a box to get it to work? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's I've got the tab open. Geochron Atlas 4K.
Yeah, that's it's a little computer, and it's like this. It literally is a little box.
Okay. Okay. How much did that cost?
Geochron.
DX Engineering sells it for $499.95.
Okay, and then I guess you have to have a subscription, huh?
But the trouble of it is, the mechanical ones were about $3,000, so it's a heck of a cheaper. All you have to do is supply the 75-inch 4K television set or monitor.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Is you have to see. I'm still running mine on a 1080p for now, but I'll tell you why I invested it. And first of all, I ended up getting $50 off, so I was able, right at Geochron's website, you could get it for $450. And I got it for $419 because I got $50 off because I saw Patrick's talk, and he said anybody who wants to buy a Geochron now, I will give you a $50 coupon, and so I bought that, and then with tax it went back up to about $419. So, I basically got it for $400. So I feel very lucky, but this is the reason why I'm thrilled and why I had no problem sinking money into this. Is because Patrick and I are talking on the back end. I'm now a beta tester for Geochron, for the digital version. I'm now talking with him on the back end. We are going to develop a space weather package for this clock.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be a premium layer, or a premium set of layers, but it's a literal space weather package. We're talking radiation dose. We're talking DRAP. Okay, and the DRAP model is the one that tells you where the solar flares are hitting, and if they're hitting, and how hard are they hitting, and what kind of HF propagation issues you're going to have. These will be live layers. We're going to be able to get the data product straight from SWIFC. I'm working with another gal who is at the Space Weather, the data portal at Space Weather Trek in Boulder. And if we can figure out how to make contour maps of local K values, then imagine me then linking that with Geochron and Patrick and having a contour map of local K values on this. So instead of getting your KP index and trying to figure out what DX is going to be like from a KP index, you could pull up a local K index for your region and get an idea of how well propagation will work for you, because there's a lot of correlation, especially during solar storms. There is a lot of correlation with K, local K indices, and because these are magnetometers, and how well propagation does. So you could get on one map not only your DX layers, because they're going to be releasing a ham radio package very soon that's working with DX maps and PSK reporter. And you're going to be able to select different clusters, and so you'll be able to look at the live feed of radio propagation right there on this Geochron, just like we had been watching, where we were watching the live feeds of the planes. And then imagine with the space weather layers on it, you could see if your shack, suddenly your signals go wonky and your signal to noise ratio goes off the charts, the other way, you can look at your Geochron and go, oh, well, there's an M-class flare, no wonder. And you can tell if you're in trouble or not. Just like that. What do you guys think?
I think it's great data to be provided. It'll be wonderful to have. I'm just struggling with how you'd put that on the map. Like PSK Reporter, I use that all the time for like FT8. And if you look on 20 meters, the dots of all the listening posts quickly become overwhelming. There's a huge blob, and you really can't filter it out.
Plus, he's apparently you can with the data, and they've got ways that they're doing. You only want this node, or you only want that node. So it's just
you can filter
in
it
your
down,
local
Chris.
vicinity or something like that.
Yeah, I filtered it down by mode and by frequency, you know, by band. And,
Right.
You know,
you'll be able to do the same thing on this.
When you start working with raw data, you put that stuff into a SQL database or something. You can say, I want one instance for every 50 square miles, no matter how many people are there.
Yeah,
so that lets you filter it down to something more manageable to the eye.
And that's what makes the Geocron really powerful, is because this little box, right, this $400 or $500 box, it's rendering these images. It's taking all the data from the servers, from the Geocron servers, and it's rendering each frame into a picture. And so it's not taking canned pictures or canned routines that are already done. It's actually doing the rendering live.
What's
and that's why the dang thing gets hot. Say again?
What about the bandwidth requirement? What kind of internet connection? Yeah, I can imagine the video processor is like cranking, but
it's cranking all the time. It's not bad, actually. It's not bad. I've not even noticed it plugged into my system. I haven't even noticed the strain.
All it has to do is
they're probably using a compressed data transmission on it, because most of the information is already in the box. All you're doing is adding the dots.
Right. Yeah. The updates of the map and everything don't have to be done instantaneously. That doesn't change.
Of course, the worst part of it is, of course, are just the live layers, right? Because the maps and all that stuff, that's easy. But the live layers do take something. Now I'm trying to see, I'm loading up DRAP right now to see if it's going to give us anything more than just, ugh. Doesn't look like it. Looks like there's just black. So let me go find a, oh, I know what to do. I had oh wait, I know what to do. Hold on a second. Now I've done something interesting. I pray that this computer lets me log in. Ding dong. Let's see. I'm using an old computer, and it may or may not let me log in to see my webcams. I have learned from Andy Smith to use this web page, which is really cool, because it lets me capture images from any source on the internet, as long as it's publicly available. And so I manage 10 webcams right now, and a lot of them are, I'll show them to you. So let me get out of this mode here a second. Yeah, so the Geocron's still working in the background, but I'm showing you this now. These are images that I now capture in real time, because sometimes Swipsy makes it really hard to do things. So these two here, I'm not going to even, well, I'll do one of them. Here is Andy's propagation map that we turn into a movie, and I need to make it smaller. Hold on. Let me do the last week. Let's do that one. I don't like everything that this map does, because it's and sadly, the poor guy had server issues. I don't like necessarily the one that, or the way that this map does its contours, or it's a propagation signals when it goes over the globe like that. But I did like it. One of the reasons why I did like it was because it was really good at showing propagation from a globe perspective instead of a flat map. So I pay attention to these, but he's the only one I know that actually animates it over time. As you can see, he had a hardware fault, which is why one of his screens goes out right when we had all those big M-class flares. But you can see a lot of propagation going down to almost no propagation. You can see it like slip out every now and again. That was due to those big flares. But that was what started me doing this. And then one of the cool things is that I started really capturing DRAP. And so let me go about a week ago. When did we have those flares? This is the 5th.
The flares were right before, right after field day, isn't it?
Yeah, no. I know.
Which would have
may
been
not be
the
going
first,
far enough
second,
back.
third?
This is, yeah.
Yeah, I think the first one was
I'm not
first.
getting any break.
You want a date?
Still have any back that far?
I believe it was
Let's do
the flag.
let's
Yeah,
do the
they
third.
started the first up through the third.
There we go. Here's some decent flames. Okay, so imagine just the map portion of this, or the data portion of this, being overlaid on the geochron, right? Because you can see where, obviously, where the day side is. It's following the, but see, unlike the geochron, the terminator, right? The day side, night side. That's where every time you see a flare popping, that's obviously the noon. You're seeing that is what moves over a map that doesn't move, right? So this is a still map with a moving terminator, as opposed to the opposite, which is geochron having the map of the of the world moving with a still image. So if I were to pause this at the right location. This old thing is not doing it. Let me see if I can get it. Oh, that was better. I'm trying. My old computer has such a horrible interface. There it was. There, good enough. Okay. So not quite high noon, but there's geochron, right? Imagine that overlay. Be pretty cool, wouldn't it? No, I missed the way. I'm trying to make it.
I don't know. In order to make a fair assessment, I think they'd have to provide us a test version that we could play with for 2 or 3 years, and just be able to tell them empirically over the course. Yeah, we'll test it over the course of cycle 25, and then we'll report back.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Then you'll know whether or not it's worth buying. Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
So here's the cool thing, is that when I start working with Patrick and we start doing this kind of thing, one of the things I've already talked with him about is that I might start doing space weather forecasts using geochron, so that the space weather, because what I'm doing, and this is tricky. It's an off-label usage, but remember, obviously the geochron is very slow, right? It's in real time. So if I wanted to see a solar flare or the effect of a solar storm hitting Earth, oh my goodness, how could I capture? I can't capture 24 hours of video, right? What I need to do is do a time lapse, right? So I've got to figure out how to very carefully take one snapshot of this image that is essentially rendered for me every, minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever I want to do, and then staple them all these frames together to make a moving, story that I can get through in an actual forecast, so that when one of these monsters happen, boom, I can talk about, oh, here's the flare, and I can pause, freeze frame it at that and say, okay, and these are the areas that were being impacted. And instead of just seeing this ugly black map, instead you'd see the whole thing mapped on the actual geochron, right? So a solar flare would always happen right here in the middle, but nonetheless, the map underneath would have moved, and so you could see the areas that were affected, right? And if there are if I have an airline layer on top, or let's say there was a radiation storm at the poles, at the North and the South Pole, we could talk about which flights are being impacted. Or if I had the ham radio propagation lines on, we could talk about which signals might be having issues. And I'd be using this as part of my backdrop. Obviously, my whole weather, forecast wouldn't be about this, but I would be using a geochron as a good portion, especially as solar cycle 25 ramps up. What do you guys think?
Especially, even if you, go ahead, Mike.
Oh, only thing I wanted to say is that the space weather overlay, you can't hear me?
No, Lourdes.
Am I muted? Oh,
wait. No, Lourdes.
okay.
Lourdes,
This
wait, talk real
news
fast.
about geo. Oh.
It's the same thing, Lourdes. We hear that tiny little bit. Yeah, I hear you a little bit better, but not much. Okay,
Hey,
sorry,
Tamitha?
Mike. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Oh, hello.
Hey there.
Hello.
I'm doing what you're
Where'd
doing.
you go?
I've got weather, because I can't talk about the cold fronts coming in from the north or from the east or something. We're actually
Yeah,
talking
dude,
about we're actually talking about solar flares. This is what a solar flare looks like. So if we're talking about how in the very, very near future we are overlaying this stuff on real weather maps and seeing the interplay between terrestrial weather and space weather.
Oh, yeah, he tells me all about it all the time.
Right. So if you're wondering why your uncle is saying you really need to learn about space weather, well, it's it's not much different than terrestrial weather, and there is coupling at the top of the atmosphere. So where the atmosphere begins to get really charged, right, and it's no longer a neutral atmosphere but rather a charged atmosphere, that's where space weather takes over. But there is coupling down from above down below, and there's also coupling from the bottom up. So a lot of stuff that your uncle works with, that Jerry works with, ends up being affected by both this type of weather, space weather, and of course the terrestrial stuff that you're bailiwick.
That's impressive. Wow.
Well, this is what the modern meteorologist is going to end up needing to deal with, especially with Starlink, especially with you hear Richard Branson had to delay his flights. He had his special flight that ended up being delayed because of terrestrial weather. Well, if there were solar flares happening, he would have had to delay it because of space weather. But as we have more and more people going up on, for space tourism, and we have people wanting to go to Mars, and we're having the Artemis mission with people going to the moon, I mean, weather is going to be a bigger thing, and it's going to go a lot further out than just looking at what's raining down on us from above.
Oh, absolutely.
We're worried about a lot of humans further out.
If all that comes to fruition, they're going to need a Martian geochron.
Yep, they're going to. I told Patrick on the side. I said, you know what? You could make another one of these layers that would be Mars, because we do have Themis, we do have dust maps for Mars, and we do have temperature. With Perseverance and Curiosity and Insight, we have multiple markers on the Martian surface that are looking at the weather there. So we could conceivably
The only thing that I wanted to say, earlier was that this space weather overlay that you're working and on the geochron is very possibly one of the most exciting things you've ever told us.
Ha! Cool.
That's correct. And you'll be having the volcano and earthquake too, the layers of volcano and earthquake, which can you might be able to correlate at that particular time if there is a volcanic eruption during the sun CME flare.
And yes, and that's what this type of thing. That's the neat thing and that's the neat thing that I don't think Patrick fully appreciates, is what he's creating is a tool that is going to help link terrestrial weather, space weather, and when we have all of these other types of things that occur, like earthquakes, like people have been trying to figure out, is there any intensification? For instance, intensification of lightning storms. That's something here. As a matter of fact, I have that's another one I want to get him to work on. I'll show you this. So this is a very horrible, because what I want is GLM. But this is a lightning network. Hang on a second. Let me get it up. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Hey, Tamitha, we're gonna leave.
You're gonna get out of here? Okay, Jerry.
Yep.
But thank you. Any last words about this, Jerry, before you go?
No, I like what you're doing, and I'll go back and watch the archive later to see what you guys talk about afterwards.
Cool. Okay, you got the link, right?
I got the link. Yes, it's the same one you gave us last.
All right.
meeting.
No, it shouldn't be.
It looked the same.
No, it should be a unique link.
Okay, well, I've got it.
Okay, if not, ping me and I'll send it to you again.
Okay.
But here's.
All right.
So
Goodbye, everybody. We're going to take off.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for coming. So here is the lightning. This is a lightning map from the University of Washington. Now this isn't GLM. This isn't the lightning mapper that's on GOES, which is what I really want, and that's what the Space Weather Prediction Center is actually working on. They're actually working on a new data product which might be out as early as December of this year. And if that's the case, then we have an operational source of lightning that we can use for the geochron as well. That's 24/7 operational, perfect, always maintained and never breaks. And that is another correlation we can make with a geochron, is potentially the idea of those solar flares, do solar storms, do they intensify lightning strikes? Because there has been some work that has shown that yes, it intensifies lightning, it intensifies not just the number of lightning strikes, but their intensity. It also intensifies hurricanes. So there's a lot of people who, especially in fringe science, who are working on these correlations, but not being able to do it nearly as well as they'd like. And what Patrick doesn't know yet is that this could end up being something that is transferred into a serious science capability, because we're going to start linking the two types of weather together and doing it in a fashion that nobody's ever done before.
It's excellent, because it could mean the health industry too, geomagnetic storm affecting. I think Lourdes would be very interested in this.
Oh, it'd be amazing, because there are Space Weather Prediction Center tools that map the the change in the Earth's magnetic field, and it lays it on.
Health.
So we wouldn't be just doing aurora. We would actually lay on the geomagnetic changes, and people could see that, especially when it comes to undersea cabling, because that becomes a problem because they induce currents. Plus, yes, of course, the medical industry, plus flights and all of this other stuff, and of course the power grids. So the
military would be interested in this too. Yeah.
Oh well, they're interested.
Yes.
There's so many applications, and I think this tool could absolutely revolutionize how we look at weather, and the fact that we could package it in a clock that is, accessible to a consumer and not completely beyond the price point, a bit on the expensive side, but not horribly so. And if you buy these premium layers, right, which Patrick was talking about, something like $5 a month per package. So the ham radio package, I think he wants to charge like $5 a month. Oh my gosh, that's less than Netflix, for goodness sake. To be able to have access to that kind of thing is outrageous. And I just think we're on the precipice of doing something amazing. Now, it may take another year for all of this to come out, but if all of this does come out, then you're going to see me, as long as I have Patrick's permission, and I think he'll give it to me, because with the subscriptions, right? Space Weather Woman on all the platforms, we're almost at 100,000 people. Did you guys realize that? Between Twitter, Facebook, Twitter, I've got like almost 37,000. YouTube is now at 42. Facebook is over 10 now. Instagram is, and I don't even do much on Instagram other than newsletters. That is about 1,000 now. You add them together, we're over 90,000 people over these different platforms. And there really isn't that much overlap. But a lot of people don't do a whole bunch of different platforms. There's some, but not a whole lot. So as we continue to grow, the idea that Patrick might be interested in seeing his name, geochron's name on these forecasts, and people going, how do you get a geochron? What is this thing? This is amazing. It will help him sell too. So I think there's a very good chance that not only will I help him make this space weather package, but I am going to end up being a very unique use case of how do you use a geochron in your daily life. And that's to me, that's golden.
The only thing I see that might be an impediment would be the server power for aggregating all that information. I mean, like Mark said, I'm sure it's all, compressed packets that will be streamed down, and it's pruned down based on whatever your particular subscription is. So if I only care about the ham and the space weather stuff, that's good. My consumer, I'm fine. But at some point, he's going to have master servers where everything is being compiled.
Yeah, the way you do that, though, the way you do that is you go to what's called a content network. You produce the data in one system, but you upload it to another system that has replication across the globe.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's
one of the reasons. This is why he's saying that these packages, as he's putting them together, why he's needing to charge. He's like, you know,
oh, absolutely.
It takes a lot to be able to do this.
Most definitely.
For these premium layers. But Geochron, the funny thing is that when Patrick took over Geochron not that long ago, the company was almost going under because they didn't have any digital clock. And now that Patrick's taken over, they've decided to branch out because everybody says, well, why can't you get this on an app? And, you know, it's very clear why. I mean, it's just, this takes incredible amount of power to do this, and make it robust. But the cool thing is, by taking it seriously and doing what he's doing, this is kind of, it's not revolutionizing. I mean, it is revolutionizing his company from that perspective, but it's beginning to bring the company back to life, or at least it's beginning to help. But if he gets ham radio packages and space weather packages, and then we're able to put, you know, lightning maps on it, and begin to start doing earthquakes and COVID cases and all these other really, you know, neat, interesting things, Geochron could become a fixture on
a mobile phone. Yeah.
So it's really, I think we happen to be introduced to him right at the right time, and I can thank my Elmer for that, Mike Sage for that, because he introduced me to the guys at Geochron, and I immediately saw how unbelievably valuable this could be if we have the right, if we, you know, put it together with the right data packages.
Most definitely. I use my hand clock all the time. I mean, I've got it up sitting right next to the rig. I've actually got it on like 3 different Raspberry Pis, so that when I'm sitting there, actually while I'm sitting there supposedly at work and I'm doing FT8 and during conferences, I'm actually looking at where the gray line is. I'm looking at where the propagation maps are. I'm watching the solar wind, because at the top I've got solar wind, the 193 angstrom picture, and then the solar flux index. And I've got those 3 up there on the top. They change, but it's like you said earlier. You know, we talked about this, you know, a couple months ago. Those are really static numbers. They change maybe once or twice a day. To be able to see it in real time, I could see a lot of, especially during emergency condition communications, hurricane evacuations, or in you know, a disaster preparedness thing. Being able to have this in every emergency operations center in the country, you know, the everyday ham having it on a, you know, even if they get it on a 19-inch display in their shack, having that information available is certainly wonderful.
Right. Look at for instance. Got the thing right. Yes, I did. Hey, I remember. Anybody here use PropQuest? Anybody ever heard of propquest.co.uk?
Yep. You had this great scientist that introduced us to it. Jim
Bacon. Yep. D3YLA. So he was a terrestrial meteorologist, and so he does sporadic E. Anybody who wants to know about sporadic E, go to his site. It's amazing. And oh, that's right, those stupid things are down. He's still having problems with FOF2.
Yep.
Shoot. They're still down. He's looking at ionosons, but you know, imagine having maps like this overlaid on different regions. So this is obviously for the UK, but imagine having maps like this that talk about propagation and how decent your propagation is, because that's associated with terrestrial weather. Let me see if I can find another one. I know there's another one. I forgot where I put it. Let me do FOF2 now.
Well, I'm going to have one hanging up in my house if you're going to do all this. I don't know which room I'm going to put it in yet, but I'm going to have one. It's just that cool.
They're cool, aren't they? I mean, my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, I always
going to
drooled
lift
over
off.
the mechanical one. The science behind having the mechanical one just always was just one of those long-term goals of mine, saying, yeah, it'd be kind of really neat to have. But being able to overlay the data like this is just way over the top. This is great.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah, and why can't I find this one? Let me see images.
And my birthday's coming up.
Identify it. What's the one I'm looking for? Poop. I don't see it. What I'm gonna do is I'm looking at different maps here. I don't see the one I usually use. This side is down. Let me just grab. That's cool. I'll use this one just because this one kind of looks like Geochron in of itself. And I open this in a new tab. No, not the link, the image. And I make it big. Come on. I don't know if it's going to let me open it. It may not like. It doesn't like that I'm grabbing the image. Bummer. Let me grab a different one then. I don't like any of these. None of these images look good. This one kind of looks okay, but it's not really what I'm looking for. Anyway, what I was trying to do, let me just pull this up. Oh shoot, now I lost it. It went here again? For goodness sake, this guy has a lot of stuff.
Okay, while you're looking at pictures, Rachel's got a question. Yeah. She wants to use like one of your pictures for the sun for her QSL card.
Oh, sure. One of my pictures? What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. Can you recommend a good one, or are any of the? Are the
I didn't know what the rules were because, a lot of times for my sense, I have to Google stuff and they never tell you what they said there may be copyright, but they never say what is. So
NASA images, you can use them. They're fair use. You can use them. But you need to put NASA on there. You have to have their logo, and you should identify the spacecraft and the instrument that is being used. I mean, have you seen that there are stamps now of the sun?
Yep.
SDOAIA has them on stamps. So, and I bet you I wouldn't be surprised if you see the NASA logo and the name of the instrument in the spacecraft right on the stamp. So if you follow that procedure, you'll be fine.
Yeah. As long as you're giving credit where you can. Right.
Right.
Cool.
Right. That's what they want. So here in this case, I think this is TEC. Codes Global Ionosphere. I don't know what this is. TEC, yeah. So this is total electron content in the upper atmosphere. We're just going to pretend that it's something else. But what's neat is to imagine having something like this, because here, for example, you're seeing this. You can't really tell because you don't see the terminator, but I guarantee you, this here that you're seeing, this big thick here, this is daytime. Okay, all this is daytime, and you're seeing it, wrapped around to the other side. So that's the tail end of day side. Okay, but night side is this. So during this particular map overlay, this is night side. The United States was in the dark. Okay, day side was this side. So imagine seeing a Terminator, the gray line doing one of these numbers. If I did that right. What you're looking at here, remember that fountain effect I told you about, that Appleton anomaly? That's exactly what this is. So you're seeing a kind of a little bit of a dead zone, and you're seeing band up here, just above this is the magnetic equator, and you're seeing a band just below the magnetic equator. And what you're seeing, the intensity is the intensity that is increased of the total electron content. And you can see it in two bands, one just north and one just south of the equator. And that's because you have all that electron stuff that goes up at the equator and then begins to trickle back down and fountain down. So the fountain occurs going up into space, right at the magnetic equator, and then on one side just north, it falls. The electrons turn and fall just north of the equator, and just south of the equator they turn and fall just south of the equator. So you get an intensity enhancement both here and here, and this is what makes talking transhemispheric propagation so hard, especially during the day. This like stops propagation. And if you happen to be the poor SOB who lives in this region, you probably either hear people in DX, but you can't talk to them, or you can talk to them and they can hear you, but you can't transmit. I mean, wait, how do I say that? I say that wrong. Either you hear them and you can't transmit out, or you hear nothing and they can hear you. You just get nothing back. And there have been many times where people do contests, like the expeditions, and they go to these regions and they go, this is a bust. It's like, well, no, you just need to know your space weather there, guys. Don't go do this during solar maximum. That's not a smart time to do these de-expeditions like this. You think solar max is great, but not when you're in the middle of the Appleton anomaly. So imagine that being overlaid on this map, right? So in real time, you'd be able to see where you can and can't talk, right?
Well,
or sporadic E.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because just a couple of days ago, I saw a story about very unusual lightning storm that takes place, and I want to say it's in this one area of Brazil. And there's no good explanation as to why this lightning happens. And it's this very centralized type of lightning storm that does not occur anywhere else on Earth. And as soon as you brought this up, that was the first thing that I thought, is that if you could overlay those two phenomenon together, they might actually get an answer for that.
Here's the other really cool thing. Right here, right near Brazil, right here in the South Atlantic, anybody know what is another crazy anomaly that we have that's space weather related? It's actually space climatology. It's actually a persistent feature. Anybody know? Satellites hate it. The ISS hates it, and astronauts hate it. Anybody
South
know?
Atlantic anomaly?
It's a magnetic anomaly, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a magnetic anomaly, but it's called the SAA. And not only is it a magnetic anomaly, but it also is where you find a huge increase in radiation. And this is because you're actually clipping the very bottom edge of the inner zone at spacecraft location. So the South Atlantic anomaly for even low Earth orbiting satellites is a very dangerous place. And you pass through it and you can get single event effects and bit flips and all sorts of stuff. So there's a much higher precipitation of energetic particles in this region, which then charges up the upper atmosphere and makes Brazil a very rough place electrically from an electromagnetic standpoint. So you get that coupled with the Appleton anomaly coming over in the afternoons. Yeah, I could see lightning being an issue. Yeah.
That's really puzzling because it stays on top of Brazil. If it was just a band that rotated, that traveled as the Earth rotated, it would make more sense. But it's got to be something that's terrestrial based, huh?
Well, the Earth's magnetic field is terrestrial based, right? The Earth's magnetic field rotates with the Earth.
True.
The Earth's magnetic axis is tilted with respect to the Earth's geographic axis. So what happens is that part of it is permanently tilted. This is why we get so much more aurora at lower latitudes in the northern hemisphere, and why Tasmania and Australia are able to get, and New Zealand are able to get more aurora at lower latitudes than, let's say, Siberia, or, well, before that, the UK and South Africa. The reason why is because if I looked at the polar caps, if I look at the northern and the southern polar cap, if my head is Earth, right, instead of it being aligned with my geographic north, the magnetic north is tilted. So my caps are on sideways. And if America is over here and Tasmania and Australia are here, they're going to see the aurora. They're going to see what's part of that polar cap at lower latitudes. Whereas over here, if I happen to be here, this would be UK, and over here would be South Africa. I don't get to see the aurora very often because the cap is tilted the wrong way. And that's the same thing with the radiation belts. So because those caps are tilted, the whole magnetic shield is tilted. And if you tilt the magnetic shield, then part of you is reaching in, meaning in this case the inner zone, the inner radiation belt, which is ordered by the Earth's magnetic field. If you tilt those radiation belts, then part of it comes in closer. And this right here is the South Atlantic anomaly. You'll learn more about that in our next magnetospheric class. I'll talk about it directly, how it's created, why it's there, and what it does. So perfect question, perfect time to talk about this, because this is very timely with our class.
Yeah, the place Rachel was talking about is in Venezuela. It's Lake Maracaibo. I can't even pronounce it.
It's a no. But it'd be very, very interesting.
They average 28 lightning strikes per minute for up to 10 hours at a time for, I think it was 140 days out of the year. It's like this constant barrage of lightning strikes by this one lake. And it happens so regularly. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if there is an electromagnetic, relationship with the neutral atmosphere, with their location, and with space weather, and just the way the Earth's magnetic shield is ordered. I bet you there's a standing relationship with the SAA.
That would be an awesome thing to see a study on for sure. That is so cool.
I'm telling you, if we got the GLM, the lightning mapper, that's looking at the whole globe and getting lightning flashes, and being able to correlate that with, the Appleton anomaly or something like that. Oh my goodness, it would just, I think it could awaken an entirely new field, which of course is the field we've been trying to create, right? The merging of space weather and terrestrial weather. Yeah. So anyway, so this is why I think Geochron is just so amazing, and why I didn't mind ponying up $420 for it. It's just, I can't even begin to wrap my mind around all the possibilities that await over the next year or more.
This has been a much better sales pitch than the silly little paragraph they've got at like Gigaparts and DX Engineering, where they just talk about, hey, yeah, it shows the gray line, and it talks about a little bit about each one of the features, but not, I don't think it does it justice. What you've shown us in this half hour or whatever is certainly a lot more than they're portraying. So you're a much better sales agent than they are.
I think it's because Patrick doesn't know. First of all, he's not a ham radio operator. He's just trying to find things people might want. And when I told him he gave a talk to the Papa system, just I guess about a month ago now, I just happened to mention a few things to him that I hadn't already talked with him about. And he when I told him that we could create a space weather bundle, like a space weather, not just a layer, but a bundle. And he just went literally on the screen. His mind was blown, because he had never thought of that there was that much to do with space weather, that you could actually create your own premium bundle that then he could charge for. And when I told him the types of people that would use it, he had brought up a picture of Mark Kelly, with a geochron who was talking, and with a geochron in the background. And I said, astronauts are just the beginning. And he mentioned something about he managed to get someone from Space Force having it in his office. And I said, with a space weather package, I said, you can get satellite operators, because there are data products that satellite operators would use that we could overlay on this map. And he just lost his mind.
He could make an API available that any individual or group could actually upload data that could be displayed on that, and charge specifically for the API and access to the data.
Oh, you're beyond obviously any knowledge I have. So I'm at some point, Mark, if this starts really taking off, I may have you chat with Patrick, and he'd probably put you right in touch with the actual developers, because I think the guy doesn't have a clue what he's got, what he's beginning to build.
So we need to buy stock now, right?
Yeah, I'm not hearing you, Lourdes.
Maybe. We'll see. Let me find out how easy he is to work with and how much of a visionary he is. But we really do have something here that could revolutionize how people look at weather and time, and look at their own environment.
or any Earth-based environment variables, anything like that.
Yeah. Anything like that. Like I said, one of the layers he's got on here is COVID. So if you want to know the daily COVID cases, you can actually have a, they'll come up as like bubbles. And you can see it. In fact, you can see it all in real time. You feel that much more connected with life and society, the people on the planet. So well, that's one of the beautiful things about the internet.
I know a lot of people have used like Mark was talking about the APIs with the Weather Underground and ambient weather. They use the air quality data for the pollen counts and the different types of pollen count, not just that air quality sucks. The grass pollen is too high, pine pollen is too high, or, and people, because they're wondering, why do I feel like crap today? They go on there and they find out, oh yeah, because there was just this, crazy anomaly, or there was just this release of this particular thing is in bloom, and that's why you're coughing all the time.
I might even have that as a layer, as a live layer. Let me see.
Yeah, because ambient started with just the air quality, and they've started to drill it down a lot more with the different types of, is it just particulate matter, or is it pollen count, is it dust?
Yeah, we've built some APIs that we use for distributed firewall systems, and we have, hundreds of different servers that send data to us that we collect and put together and then distribute back out to them so that they can be protected from things that happen in other networks. And doing something like that, there are so many different computer-based systems that use that kind of data that could visualize it here. It's just unbelievable what the possibilities are.
It really is. And it doesn't take I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to see that. To see the possibilities are just, mind-blowing. Yeah, just on my right here, I don't know if you probably can't read it, but I've got temperature opacity, wind speed opacity, precipitation, which is what I have on, air pressure opacity, and then cloud cover. So you basically take these layers and you can raise or lower their opacity, turn them on or off, and they will, and the system will render, whatever degree of opacity that you have. So imagine this could just be populated with things like pollen and just anything you can think of that has a live, update, right? That's hopefully operational where people can see it in real time, see the changes in real time. Anyway, okay, how long have we been on? I mean, I don't want to keep you guys on too long. 5:44. My goodness, we've been on a long time, haven't we? We've been on since 3, so geez, almost 3 hours. Anybody tired?
It's very interesting.
Nope, I'm not tired. What else do you have that you need to go over?
Yeah.
Well, what I'll do is as I'm looking at my thing, what I'll do, I don't think I'll go over SpaceBit today. I'm kind of at a the reason for that is because that's a longer thing. And also, they've got a couple videos, and I didn't get a chance. They just sent me a data dump of press stuff, and I haven't had a chance to go over it. And that was one of the things I was going to maybe go over some of it live with you. But it might actually behoove me to go over it myself and just weed through the crap, if there is crap, and then come back maybe during our next meeting and talk about it. Because this is going to be something that if it works, is going to be a slow roll. It's one of the few people that have contacted me asking me to maybe help promote their stuff, and I usually turn them down. But SpaceBit, they're going to be on the Artemis mission. They actually care about weather, and they care about communications. So they're actually going to be looking at lava tubes, going into some of these craters at the moon to look for, to kind of see what things, what they find, how well you can navigate them and that kind of thing, with the concept of Martian colonists needing to be in some of those lava tubes and some of those craters for protection from space weather, and maybe even the humans is on the moon as well. And then they're trying to figure out how to extend communications by having direct robot links, so they can, if there are any communication hiccups, they have these, in a sense, like little mini repeaters that will then communicate to a mothership. And so I thought, you know what, this is close enough. I mean, because it's space weather, they care about weather. They're actually testing their little robots in Chernobyl, for goodness sake, and you know, to see how robust they are. It's the wrong radiation environment, but at least they're doing that. And then they're interested in you know, radio communications. How do you do this well in inclement, you know, in inclement weather and inclement situation? And I thought, I think I could get on board with this. So I'll save it for now, and we'll just talk about the you know, my updates to the logo, because you guys remember, you guys wanted me to. We were talking about how the logo, I was going to change the logo because we're going to start getting into the merchandising and all that kind of crazy stuff. And I have made a few updates. I also did look into Teespring and a couple of the other ones that have been, these are platforms to buy, to print stuff, you know, whether it's a mug or a sticker or a shirt or whatever. The ones that I was fighting with was trying to figure out if I should stick with Redbubble or go to Teespring. I don't like the way Teespring works. I've learned a lot more about it. And the reason for that is that they do these campaigns where you actually have to say, okay, in 6 days you have to sell this many shirts or this many pieces of merchandise, and in order to stay on the website, otherwise we'll kick you off. So once you start your campaign, now you got a mass market. And, you know, and I thought, ugh, that makes me feel like a used car salesman. If somebody wants to have a Space Weather Woman shirt because certain people ask, then great, they should be able to go out and get one if they want it. I don't want to sit here and push the product. You know what I mean? My product is Space Weather, not a Space Weather Woman t-shirt. So, you know, it just didn't feel right. So I think I'm going to stick with Redbubble. They also have better customer service. So that at least I got the action I had, which was to make that decision, is done. And now, you guys asked me, because you asked me to, I went ahead and updated. Now I wish Lourdes were here, because she was one of the ones that really liked the idea of having Space Weather Woman.
I like that. That is nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good.
And again, that would also transfer very well to any kind of merchandise you would ever want to put it on.
Yeah, and you notice this time I took off. Before I had separate ones for Aurora Field Reporter and a separate one for Amateur Radio Field Reporter. Let's just start simple. I think you guys, I forget who told me, just start simple. Just if you're going to have a field reporter at all, just do field reporter. And I'm like, oh, that makes things a lot more easy. And then
yeah, I think so.
I can even take. So what I'm going to do is let me just show you while it's close, because these are all layers. And I'm sorry, Mark, you probably didn't see the beginning of all this conversation, which we had during our last meeting. But these guys helped me fix this, my logo. Let me take off field reporter. Yeah. So there's what it would just look like by itself. I almost think it needs something on top.
Yes, it does.
Doesn't it?
I agree.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if not field reporter, then we got to put something. But let me zoom out.
I like it.
You like it, Mike? Because I remember you didn't like the W's. Remember, Mike, you didn't like the change in the W.
Who, me?
Oh,
that was me, I think. No, that was me.
You had said, oh, was it you, Deepak? Oh, okay, you didn't like the change of the W's. What do you think now?
This is good.
You like those?
This is good. Lovely, yeah. Yeah,
okay,
it's very nice.
And then this is one idea. Oops. So if we wanted to do like a full shirt where it actually has spaceweatherwoman.com, I don't know, what do you think? Does it sound too woman power?
That's your website address. We can't change it.
Well, I know, but I mean, it's just am I focusing too much on the woman?
If it looks like a space.com, if you have white, the Weather Woman is good, probably same color or what. Otherwise, it look like you cancel out the Weather Woman at space.com.
Do you think really? Does it look like I'm trying to sell space.com?
No, it would be accidentally look like that, not by design. But it's nice. The woman doesn't matter.
The red or the white. So.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is, one of the things that's very easy to do. I kind of liked it having the.
Or space and .com should be different color, probably.
Well, what I was afraid of was that, see, for instance, if I just do. Because they're both that. Oh, I killed that window. Hold on. Right, in this version, it doesn't do that. I have to have that window up. Character. Oh, shit, you're not giving me the color either. Huh. This is an older version because I've been mucking with this on my, why aren't you going away? That's weird. That was weird. I've been mucking with this on my other computer, that has a newer version of Photoshop, and I can't remember in this old version how I get the text color to change.
That's why I used to love Fireworks. It was so much easier to Photoshop.
What is it?
Fireworks.
It was
I don't know Fireworks.
It was the older version for doing web design, web graphics.
It was by a company called Macromedia, but Adobe bought it and then killed all the products.
Oh, of course, yeah, I know.
Yeah. But Macromedia was the original company that designed Flash.
Oh, really? No kidding.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's what I used to do. I used to program in Dreamweaver and create Flash animation.
Mm-hmm. And there was also
Dreamweaver.
the same company who created the PNG tag for pictures.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no kidding. They created those are nice. Yeah, portable network graphic, right?
Yeah.
So here it is, white.
That's nice.
You guys like that better?
I kind of like the red and white contrast myself.
I think I do too. I think it gives a little definition to the different parts of it.
Yeah, and I played with you notice there are two different fonts, and the woman.com is the same font as the W's in the Space Weather Woman. It's the same font. I had Space Weather, the font that I originally used when I did Field Reporter. It was a much simpler font. I don't know if I want to go like the full, spacey kind of fonts for this. I mean, I could, I suppose.
No.
Where they have like the E looks like 3 little lines, horizontal lines, and the A is just like an upside down V.
Oh.
Those like super spacey fonts.
No,
it's too SpaceXy.
It's a little.
Yeah, let Elon Musk do that.
Yeah, it just, I don't know if I really want to go that far. So I've done something, slightly simpler. I had them at the same font being both the Space Weather, this simpler font. But then when I switched the woman to this, I thought, oh, that's nice. But then the fear arose of, oh, crap, this is Space Weather and you go to woman.com. And I thought, that's not what I want to do. So that's when I started doing the colors.
And I think the bounding on the colors kind of pulls that whole thing back together into one phrase.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then Deepak points out, well, it looks like you're trying to go to space.com.
No, that's just an observation. I mean, it can be.
I know, it is a valid one. So, I don't know. It's like, what do we do? What do we do?
Well, now one thing you can do an outline in the orange. So, like because you know how you can do like an outline color and a fill color.
A border color.
You want me to
a border color and make that
which font? Which one? Do them both?
No, just for all of them, for all the letters. So that way it's all one phrase, and see how it looks with the two different fonts. That way it ties it together, but yet you still have the definition of the two different fonts that you like. And see what that.
Hang on a sec. Yeah, we can do that right now.
I wasn't going to say it, but I agree with Rachel.
To do that.
Are you?
To make the fonts the same, if that's what she's asking.
No, she didn't say the font's the same, just the outline. So then let me do. So here's a half part of it, and then look, now it looks like woman.
No, if your domain is spaceweather.com, then I think it cannot change in font. It has to be the same font.
Hold on one sec. Let me tackle one problem at a time. Whoops, that's not the same color. Okay, so there's that.
What do you guys think?
I still think it looks better with the hard bounding on each end.
Yeah, I don't think it really. Now you've basically just the playing field is still as level as it was before.
Right.
There's really still nothing that draws it all together. It's like Deepak said, if all of the font was the same, or I'm sorry, Mike had said, if the font was the same, it kind of at least lends itself to being one big long line. The problem is having the character.
I agree.
So okay, so let me take this. So we know that we don't like this. So let me take this off. And go backward again. Okay, so if I were then to do this, and I'm trying to remember the name of this. So Century Gothic, I gotta make sure I remember that name. This was Engravers. Give it a second. Come on, fingers. Engravers, whoops. I think it's having a problem because I've got the, it's trying to do this update in real time and send the image to you guys as well. Okay. Where are you? See, so here's obviously the main problem becomes that, wow, it's a huge font. So now I have to pull up the character window again and squeeze and shrink. Let me make it slightly smaller. But also, this may not work very well.
No, I think there's going to be too much size difference and look too cramped.
I think so too. That's one of the reasons why I chose the other,
Are you not putting this space in between space weather?
No, there's no space between space weather.
Okay.
Because if there were a space between space weather, then that, again, it's not a single website name.
Mm-hmm.
But see, this is the problem I have with this font, using this font for, the whole thing, is that suddenly the word space weather becomes really hard to use, really hard to read, because there's just so much, frilly stuff on this particular font. I think the font is nice, but it works better for woman.com than it does for space weather.
Well, now that you say that,
and the difference in character length of the two lines is going to be a challenge if you try and keep the same font, no matter what you do with it.
I agree. That's one of the things why I changed the font. So I was trying to find a font that was very readable, that I could skinny down, but I think this is the best break, right? There's no other break I can make. I'd have to make it at having space weather one set and then woman.com the other set. But I did that was exactly why I had space and .com colored as bookends, so that it brought the whole thing together. That was the purpose.
Well,
and I'm wondering if I should just,
I was gonna say, take the spaces out underneath the bottom of the actual logo. You got space weather woman.com. So then there it also looks like space weather. Go to woman.com.
Yeah,
look like
that's a good point.
Yeah, it's like a separate website.
If you bounded the section on the left and the arc underneath the same, put it all together and do
the colors?
The bookend bounding.
Yes.
Yeah, you're talking in the
both
colors.
places. Yes.
Huh. Okay, well let me step backward and get back to some of this other stuff. Hold on. So there. Okay, so they're just pausing for a moment. There's back to that. Okay. And now if I go into
make the same font for woman.com. I think that's what Mark is saying also.
No, what I'm saying is the arc underneath the logo where it's space. There you go. Exactly. Take the spaces out and make the same color bounding so that space and .com are colored.
The problem I have with that,
yeah, you're unifying it, yeah.
Right. Now just understand that right now I changed the way the arc looks, so the arc needs to be adjusted, but I can't do that right this second because I'm going to get the colors. But just know that it messed up the arc in that sense because I have to go back. I mean, the arc was sized a certain way, and it really messes things up. You'd be amazed how silly. Let's see. I need the window back. Give me my character. The only concern I actually have. Actually, I guess I can do it this way, can't I? Okay, that's close. So space and then .com. Yeah, that's my concern is just that, does it make, well, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's a little, zoom in.
Yeah, I think the font could be a little larger in that bottom section. But I think what you're doing is I think you're tying both halves of the logo together.
Whoa.
I wouldn't go much bigger than that.
No, I won't. I mean, I'm drawing it very quickly, so I'll leave that for a second so everybody can see it. Does that look too weird having it striped, or does it make it actually look better?
I think it pulls the two pieces together.
It's attractive, yeah.
Yeah, I actually thought that it would be distracting having the
I think
make it a little bit bigger.
But
I'm actually wrong. It looks pretty nice.
Yeah, if you can change the woman.com here, the same font as Space Weather, it will look the same, equally attractive.
Yes and no. I will.
Even if it shrinks and centers a little bit, you might be right.
Woman.com. The problem is woman.com will seem very thick. I will go ahead and do that. I will make it for you, but it'll get very thick, and it actually made me feel uncomfortable when I looked at it that way first. But I will show it to you. Hold on. First, let me. I gotta remember the font name. So, this is the Space Weather up here, and whoops. Right, but what was it? Century Gothic Bold. Okay, Century Gothic Bold. Whoops. Now I got Century Gothic Bold. Oh, I got it. Whoops. See, so first of all,
yeah,
we have a lot of adjustment to make. Now, I can either stretch it and make it really fat, which I don't know if I like, but I'll show this to you first. Hold on. And I may have to adjust the up and down of it a bit. But there's that. Sorry, it's kind of sticking underneath itself. So there's that.
Yeah, I think that draws too much attention to a single section.
Yeah.
Whoops, and hang on. I guess what? Hang on a second. I just realized something. We're back to white on the .com. We lost.
Well, what I was looking at was the actual on the woman. You know how sometimes I know that if I'm doing something in Publisher, it gives me the opportunity where I can adjust the kernel of the letters where it's actually like tight, loose, or very loose.
Yes, and this does too.
Yeah, and I wonder.
But these are pretty tight. You want me to spread it out so that they're looser, so I don't have to make the font quite as big or stretchy?
Yeah. Yes, and that way the spacing would look more like what's above.
And the other thing is, one of the things that you guys had me do last time was to move away, because this was the same font, by the way, if I recall, that I used for my original W's, which you guys said didn't look as polished as by changing them to the new font. And the new font is what woman we just moved back away from. Okay. So we're now moving in the spaceweatherwoman.com part, we're now moving back to the font that you guys said last time looked more childish. So I was trying, that was one of the reasons why I was trying to move away from that into something that, at least for part of the process here, looked more polished.
Now, instead of using the Century Gothic, did you try using the Arial Rounded?
It looks almost the same.
Really?
Can you remove the Century Gothic bold? Remove the bold. How is that now? If you make it small, yeah.
Well, see, now the font is totally different. It's the same thing as before, where we have two that are totally different, right?
Yeah. And the white color also becomes different.
Right.
I mean, it's not bad, because I don't necessarily mind the difference in
but
in
the
fonts.
color
I never
change.
have.
The weather, the white is different.
Yeah, but I'm not making it white. I'm bookending it because I think.
No, the shade of orange changed.
Yeah.
The shade of white.
The coloring shade changed or appears to have changed.
Orange?
Yeah.
Oh, of orange?
Yeah, appear.
Well, first of all, because
right.
we accidentally went white. Well, just understand, I'm trying to do this in real time, so I just take a dripper and I try to pick a picture of
we have to imagine.
It's not going to be the same.
I understand.
I will polish this, but I'm just trying to.
Yes.
You guys can.
Right now we have to use the same image. Yeah. Okay. This looks nice.
So the other thing. Hold on. Let me pull this back up. See if I can get kerning. Yeah. Then. So there it's more spaced out now.
Okay. And now put the bold back on so it matches the other one, just to see what that does now. I know we're
like slave drivers. Just.
You ought to see me talking to my programmer.
Oh, whoops! No, not that. This is the size fine.
If you move the box down just a little bit, because they're kind of too close together.
Yeah. See, I don't like it as much.
I like just the little emblem by itself.
Yeah, well, that's a given. That's a given. That we're gonna have. I'll have that possibility. But then also, there may be people who want to have something more like this, and also, I have other variants I haven't even shown you yet, but that aren't Space Weather Woman. Instead, say Field Reporter, without it being a field reporter up here. It actually says field reporter where the Space Weather Woman is, and you just have spaceweatherwoman.com with the logo there.
Okay.
But so I wanted to be able to have something where it's bigger, because that was one of my husband's complaints, was that, yeah, this logo is great and all, but you know, some people don't like to have like a big S on their chest. They're going to look like Superman, first of all. It's like, okay, yeah, I get that. He says, so they want it to be like a smaller logo up here, but now your website is super small up here. So why don't you do one that has like the real thing, you know, where that becomes the focus and the logo doesn't. The logo is just part of it.
Well, and the other thing you could do as well is kind of like what, they call it the baseball or the professional, where you have the little circle on the pocket and then you have Space Weather Woman across the back, like across the shoulders.
I would love to do that, but as last I checked, and I haven't checked recently, Redbubble does not print both sides. They only print one. But I would love that. I would love to have, that's my favorite, is to have a logo on the front and then
stuff on the back.
But you can see what I'm setting up. Yeah, but you can definitely see what I'm setting up here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for me, this doesn't work, but what I did like, whoops, let me keep stepping backwards. Just because to me, I don't like the way I like a thinner one like this, and I can set this down. And yes, you're right, the orange is too dark on this.
But on printing, it will not be.
Well, I know, I just go fix it. I mean, I can just go in and take a look at whatever the color ought to be, and we can even select it here. Look,
for shirts where we start putting the flares across the back.
That's what I was saying, but she said that right now Redbubble doesn't print.
Every M class or X class flare.
Did that not do?
Sure.
Oh.
Oh, it did. Huh. Sadly, that thinner line still looks darker. So I'm gonna actually force it to be a little bit. Come on.
Thank you.
Yeah, now it looks too light. But anyway.
That's tweakable.
So hopefully that. So I mean, I don't mind this, and essentially they are the same font. They're just one's just bold and one's not. But I don't know if I like it as much as the other woman, the more polished version. You think you like what? Yeah. Well, let's see if I can get back there. Is this control? What is that? Is that option? Control option? I don't know, because because then I'd have to go back and do the space weather, the colors of the logo again. So yeah, see, one of the things I liked about this particular font is I liked how, if you look at the detail, how the M looks like it's holding up the R right here. The W looks like it's holding up the S on the other side. I kind of like the way the flat parts of the M and the N, they look like they're holding up the space weather. It just I thought it had that neat kind of shape to it.
And I think the key is there, because again, the original complaint was just the lack of cohesion. But when you did the blocking on the logo, it brings all of that together, and it solves that problem. Where instead of having to change the font and figure out something else there, now it's okay. Oh, this is the website because here it is consistent between both pictures.
Yeah,
I think that.
No, I think that's a very good point, and And I honestly didn't do it on the logo because I really thought it was going to look weird to have the colors like that on the logo. But you know what? I don't think it does. I think it actually looks good.
Now, what's the font that you have? Do you remember what font that you used on this for the website and the field reporter?
On this one, the field reporter here, or
yeah,
that I don't remember it off the top of my head. Oh no, I almost had it in my mind.
I was about to say it looked almost
Bank Gothic medium.
Bank Gothic medium, interesting. Yeah, because that's nice because it looks kind of it looks technical without it being like OCR or something like that. That's so stereotypical. So I really do like.
It's a little, it's a little spacey. Do you want me to see how it might translate to the space weather word?
Yeah.
Bank Gothic medium.
Did you try doing a glow on the lower arc?
No, we haven't gone.
My brain can only work so fast.
No. I was asking Rachel. I had to take the dog out, so don't pay attention to me.
So there it is, and now let me try to manipulate it a little bit. No idea how it's going to be. I don't know if I like it, but.
No, the other one looks better.
I think it looks a little blocky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems to work in the arc, but there it's a little bit too blocky. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they do really need something smooth, huh? I mean, the woman.com is really pointy. So this makes it look kind of, not as nice.
Yeah, the other one still works better.
But you know, and this one I wouldn't have considered all that round, but it does have enough roundness to it, I suppose. I mean, I could try the aerial if you wanted me to try the aerial round. You had mentioned that.
No.
I don't think that.
No.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say on the lower arc, maybe do like a 1 or 2 pixel glow, just to bring a little bit. Let on a black background, the red kind of gets lost. So if you put a slight gray glow to the entire thing, it kind of gives it a little bit of a background, but only like 1 pixel, nothing to make it look like it's trying to jump off the page. But
what color?
I would go with gray, like a light gray.
Okay.
White would be too much, and any other color would try to clash with the red. But you want you want to outline the red.
This would even see it. Did I not do it? That's interesting. Wait, am I doing it in the wrong one? No, that's the curved one. I'll just do normal for a second. Boom. I do not see anything.
See, it looked like it did it for a second, and then it looked like it went darker. Computers are so weird.
Outer glow. It is the outer glow. Size. There we go. That's what I was looking for. It's not showing up. Why is that?
What's the opacity on it?
Why? 100%. So what the hell did I do wrong? It's the right one.
I blame Steve Jobs.
Yeah, really. This is an older version of this, and I wonder if it's having problems doing it on curved text.
Maybe it's not
necessary. There shouldn't be a problem. I have it at 229% for goodness sake. So, as far as the size is concerned. There. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
So I had to go from from precise to something else. I mean,
Wow.
from softer to precise.
Right there.
So, and I can pull the opacity down. Now the thing is, though, here's the problem, guys, is that I'm not sure places like Redbubble are going to be able to render that, but we can try. You know, because once you get into that level of detail.
Yeah, they're going to go.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, a lot of times what they'll want is
what it's going to take
64.
to print this stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's print to order. It's not a screen. They don't use screen printing, right? Because which is slightly better. I mean, the durability of screen printing is better than these one-offs. But the nice thing about the one-offs is that you can have gradations of color. It isn't like this is a 4-color print or a 2-color print.
Right.
So that does make it a little bit easier. But nonetheless, some of that refined stuff that looks so good on artwork, you know, doesn't always translate to textiles.
Yeah.
But I do get what you mean, and maybe the key here is making sure that whatever orange or yellow I use, it's the brightest of the bunch. I do think taking out those spaces, I do think I can make the font just a tiny bit bigger. That'll make that arch a little bit better, and that might help too, having it just slightly bigger.
And you might find
one
dropping
of the things
the bold
that's
on the
screaming
arch.
at me, and I hate to even bring this up, but woman.com, that line, and the lines that go up, where they get very small on the W and the M and the A.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be an issue printing? And then what's gonna happen to it after it runs through the washing machine a couple of times?
Yeah, I know. Is it gonna break? Yeah, I know. I got to think about all that. And I do. I have to think about how that might make a difference. Because I do worry. I worry about that too. If it's big.
An ink print, you might also consider doing a block background with it.
Block background. What do you mean?
Instead of a transparent background.
Oh,
where it's the lettering on the material, do a block background behind it, so that it gives you a base to see it from.
Yeah, I could do that. Like, I definitely can do that. And obviously, what I'll also do, no matter what we end up deciding, I will definitely get one of these shirts and actually have it made. And, you know, because I'll set it up, I'll do that, and then I'll have it made, and I'll have it sent to me, and I'll look at it and say, this is crap, or, oh my gosh, it's wonderful. Who knows? Okay. But I would always test it out. There's no doubt in that regard. But I will go ahead and play with maybe trying to thicken out those lines a bit. I might even have some kind of shading tool that can help enhance it. I just don't want it to make it look doubled. That's a problem. But I'll work on it. I'm trying to think if there was anything else. I mean, there are a couple other things, but it looks like we might revisit this one more time. But this looks like a reasonable start. Like I said, there's a couple things that I'll do. I'll go and make sure that the orange that we're using is a bit brighter. Do you guys mind orange? That is kind of the color of the sun. I mean, I don't want to go red. I could go yellow.
No, not red, because it's not a red dwarf or anything. It's yellow. But we don't want to go yellow. That would not look good.
Yellow might not look good, but, you know, most people don't really like the color orange. It's kind of like orange. You know, orange is the new black, right? Yeah, carrot. Yeah.
A lot of the images we look like orange.
So
it's true. I don't think it looks bad, do you? What is it? Yeah.
This is 304, like that. You know, the sun and
right.
This is 304, or maybe the other angstrom. That could
oh, isn't that funny? That'd be funny. Yeah, and that's what I name the shirts. If I have different colors, what shirt do you want? Oh, I want the 211. Oh, okay, the pink one. I got it. Okay, cute. That's what I'll call them. That is a really great idea, Deepak. That's great though. Well, they wouldn't be limited, because I could then turn around and say I call it either SDO and then the colors, or I could call it stereo, because stereo has different colors for different names. And then, because they have blue, or Soho, even Soho EIT has their own colors. So I would have a nice blue, I would have a nice green, I would have, there's all sorts of ones. So it works. That's a great idea. I love it.
But I actually thought you took this orange color, this behind your S, this S, the logo S. That is 304. I thought you took your inspiration from there.
This is not, believe it or not, this is a blend. This image is actually a blend of 193 and 304 together. So I created this is, sometimes you see it on my forecasts at the very beginning and at the very end when I show just the sun, and it's always kind of like an artistic rendering of the sun. It's not really that's usually because I take two different sun movies and I use blend modes and I make them blend into this really kind of whacked out crazy image so that it doesn't just look like one of the movies I show when I'm doing the forecast. And that's what this is. This is when I blend 193 and 204.
But earlier in your Helio viewer too, you had this color, no? Earlier the one in your presentation, AR. This is a lovely color.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I think it is. It's kind of a nice. It's a nice rich color.
That's one of the reasons why we bought the Solar Cycle 25 shirts from ARRL, because it had that beautiful orange sun on it on the black background. It just looks so sharp.
That's right. Okay, so maybe this is fortuitous. It's not just boring bland orange. No. This actually is a savvy thing to do. Okay. Well, thanks, guys. You guys helped so much.
Yeah.
So, okay, just because we've now been here for 3.5 hours. Oh my goodness. So for what I'll do is I will take this logo, and I will make a version that is just the logo. I'll scratch the Space Weather Woman and just have this part by itself, right? And that can be a big, a big icon image that I can print on a shirt. And then I can also do the whole thing as something that's small, sitting up here or something like that, so that the whole thing is like that, and we can just take a look at it. And because I can mock these up on Redbubble, and we can actually see what they look like on different clothing or on mugs or whatever, and we can.
On the cap, you'll have this also, right?
On
the hat.
On the cap, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have the whole thing if that's. I'd have both of those fonts, or both of those different things would be available, and variants of them. So for instance, if someone just wanted spaceweatherwoman.com and they wanted a sticker with that they didn't want Field Reporter on it, I could just do that, and that doesn't look bad. I could maybe even recenter the logo up so that it's even, and it would be spaceweatherwoman.com with that, imagine with that logo moved up just a little bit.
Now, you know what you could do instead of Field Reporter, if somebody wanted different, is you could just put your name. Tamitha Scove, Space Weather Woman.
Oh. You don't think that's too narcissistic?
No.
People walk around with a
shirt with my name on it. But this is your brand. This is your brand. It's who you are. So this is, and that's okay.
I'm so about that stuff. Yeah.
Well, and your humility is wonderful about it.
You look stressed. I don't do something you're not. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If you feel narcissistic, you might not want to wear it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could see me wearing it because it's my shirt. It's me. That's me. Okay, that's me. But then someone else wears it, and I'm like, oh man, I should have one with your name on it. But that, you're right. That's an idea. That's an interesting idea. But if you guys can think of other things to put up here, I mean, obviously we could personalize it. Instead of being Field Reporter, it could be Aurora Reporter or Radio Reporter or something like that.
Or enthusiast. Space weather enthusiast.
Yeah, we could. Yeah. Or community, or something. Yeah. I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, so we got one. We got Tamitha Scove. That would work. But what might be another all-encompassing thing Or do you think that spaceweatherwoman.com with this logo just raised a little bit and it looks like a smiley face, like I'm smiling at you? I should put two eyes.
Little Shrek ears. Okay, we have been on here too long.
If you're gonna put eyes, you just will put some ears there too, and make it look.
That's
like
right. Put little ears, little cat ears, and little eyeballs. You know, little blinky eyeballs on there. That's
whiskers.
Aren't you glad this is
oh Lord! You know, would be cool too. Is and you just when you said whiskers, it made me think. I should put for me. I could put my call sign, or if somebody else wanted to special order it, I could end up doing a call sign. Because honestly, uploading these things uploading these things to people's to the Redbubble site, that's not a problem. So like for all of you, all of VIPs who are amateur radio operators, I'll put your name, I'll put your call sign, whatever, and we can do one-offs. That's the neat thing about Redbubble, is that I can give you something personalized, and Redbubble says you just want one, okay, fine. Here's the price. It's not super cheap, but it's also not. It doesn't break the bank. But then I would do that. I would easily do that for all of you guys. My goodness.
And Teespring definitely have that kind of flexibility.
Yeah, no, Teespring does not. You have to do it in bulk, and then you've got TikTok until they take it off, unless you've managed to sell, I don't know, 17 dozen of them in 6 days or something outrageous. It's like, ouch, geez, that's not.
Yeah.
That's not the kind of that's just not the kind of thing I want for our community. I want people who want this stuff to get it on their own and that type of thing. So anyway, okay, so this is cool. So not just my name, but other people's names or their call sign, or community or enthusiast. If you get any other good ideas, let me know, and we'll just make this outside of course the little eyeballs and the ears sticking up.
I still like the idea.
Little devil horns or something, yeah. You want to pull the whiskers on the other side of the WWW.
We got to make
that's cool too. Patrons.
There. You can have patrons, yeah.
Steering committee, yeah. VIP.
Hey.
Put VIP. There you go. Yeah. See. So drop me notes about this kind of stuff, and maybe I don't know. Maybe we'll vote on which ones we want to do, and whether we want to just kind of keep it personalized, or if we want to have bigger bulk or something like that. I think the first one, obviously, for the general populace will be field reporter, but I think we should have one where people aren't field reporters, but you can say ambassador. Like I oftentimes say space weather ambassador. Yeah. Right. So that might be good. So it's space weather woman, and you have ambassador written up top. So we might just chat a little bit more about what those would be, if not field reporter. Obviously not for our group, because like I said, I'll make you guys whatever personalized one you want. But for the general populace, we could have the enthusiast side and then the actual field reporter side, so that everybody can have fun. And then who knows, I may actually make a mock-up of a cat or something, or a dog, or devil ears or horn.
Before we close out, I'd like to give you a little feedback on the last couple of things. The field day that went on for over an hour, there was really interesting information packed into that had to really help people a tremendous. You went into the ionosons and all that, and how propagation worked, and
you like that?
I looked back at that, and it was like the next day there were something like 34,000 views on it.
Oh, I don't remember. No, I haven't looked.
Yeah.
Actually, haven't had a chance. Oh,
well,
really?
I mean, I did. It was just like the next day, and then I started looking to see what constitutes a view, and I think nobody really knows for sure, but they think you have to watch for about 2 minutes before it's going to count as a view.
How cool.
And then the prior to that, the regular mini course, that one went on for maybe 3 hours or more, and
that was
there was just a ton of information that you dumped out on us, and I had to go back and watch it. I've watched it a couple of times in pieces because there's just so much information. It takes time to wrap my head around all of it. but that was right up there with one of, you know, some of your best mini courses. This last one that you did.
Yep.
Oh, excellent.
And
yeah, the magnetosphere is it's a non-intuitive place. So, you know, when you start getting the information and realize, oh my God, you've got to do this, that, and the other, and you have to think about things in a totally different way than you might anticipate, because terrestrial weather doesn't teach you this stuff. So you look at solar phenomena a certain way, but then you look at terrestrial weather a certain way, and then this fits in the between, and it's just so radically different that, yeah, pretty much everything I would bring up would be completely making you go, what? You know, and really realign and recalibrate you in terms of near-Earth space. So that's cool to hear that wasn't like overwhelmed, but it was very valuable.
And one of the things that I've wondered about is, you know, you have these Q&As and there's people asking questions constantly while you're talking. And obviously you can't watch all these. Is if maybe if there was some way they could hold their questions, because most of the time, if they'll just listen to what you're saying, you're going to answer that question before, you know, you get to the Q&A section. I don't know if there's something we can do about that.
I mean, I purposely, well, the cool thing is that you guys, you know, you've learned so much, and I've seen many questions that people ask in the chat, especially the newbies. They come in and you guys field a ton of questions for me as it is. But I don't think, you know, the reason why I'm a little bit nervous to say something like hold your questions to the end or hold your questions till I break, I can mention that. I can say, if you really have a question that you want to get through to me, you either hold it until I break and then we can answer, or just keep asking it in the chat and pray that I see it. The reason why I'm a little bit sensitive to do too much more than that is that I don't want to be A, off-putting, and B, those people who are kind of on the edge of not being brave enough to ask a question anyway, with that kind of instruction, that'll kill it for them. They won't. They'll just do this the whole time. So I have a tendency not to want to push that too hard.
And then these questions we can answer, we can go ahead and answer them.
Oh, good gosh, yes. Absolutely. I encourage it. I go back through the chat and I watch when you and Jerry, you know, you guys are answering questions, and it's just wonderful because I'm just like, yep, got it right. Yep, that's exactly right. Yep. Oh, and then look at that. And then that caused like them to go on to a totally different conversation. And I don't mind people having those conversations in the chat, because I think the people who want to learn and are interested in what I'm teaching are going to not pay attention to the chat. But then if there's a really interesting conversation happening in the chat, oh, there's that too. So it's like a sidebar, and I don't mind those going on, because I figure that, you know, if they get distracted by the chat and they miss something, well, they'll just catch it on the rerun, because, you know, I don't take them down. So I don't know, but you pay more attention to that than I do, and so you know that dynamic better than me. So you'll have to educate me when it comes to maybe what the best course of action is.
Okay. As far as the moderation goes, I'm trying to keep things, be as liberal as I can with these people, but then, you know, Texas Flash Covenstaller, who's a regular, he put a comment in about Al Gore and Joe Biden being climate fruitcakes. And I guess because their names popped up there, YouTube flagged it for review. And I looked at it and I just went ahead and deleted it, because I don't think our classroom needs to be disrupted with political stuff.
Absolutely.
And then,
that's perfect.
Okay. And then another guy, this was before Jerry was about an hour late. Some guy popped in there and he just started asking a bunch of stupid questions, and then he started talking about you and said, what would it take to get you to take me out to dinner? Okay, that's off topic, and it's not acceptable. So
is this an indecent proposal?
I timed him out, and then he went away. Huh?
Oh, he's the one you timed out. He's the one you timed out. Okay. Well, you could tell him, you could say, well, I'll be her pimp, but you got to give me $5 million and she costs 10. So. Yeah.
There was one time before that somebody with the screen name Space WX Mike came on and just started hammering all kind of different questions, just questions and questions and questions. And it was like, what about this? What about that? What about this? And I'm wondering, I said, is this Frank Lucas is Space Weather Mike, isn't he? Okay.
Right. And
I'm
only Frank
thinking,
Lucas,
is this one of your colleagues
his name is
picking
Mike
on
Cook. He might have been. Just flat out ask. His name is Mike Cook. Frank Lucas is I forget if it was
Halo
someone
CME?
who, one of his, no. Frank Lucas, Space Weather Mike has his handle as Frank Lucas right now. And I think it's because of one of his friends who passed on or something. He's like doing a tribute right now, I believe, if I recall. And I forget, my mind isn't quite clear. I might have to ping him again or go look at my old text. But his real name is Mike Cook, so Michael Cook. And so, yeah, just next time you see him, if he comes in and he starts doing weird stuff,
I was just wondering if this was maybe somebody.
I don't know, because Space Weather Mike could be a very,
So I'm just wondering if it was. I haven't seen them back, so maybe somebody just took that name and put it as their handle, and because it just and then if it was Mike Cook and he was being disruptive, then you could have a big laugh at him because one of your moderators timed him out.
No, I think that's fantastic. And as a matter of fact, I will ping him. I will say, did you come into one of my mini courses? Was this just the last one?
No, it's been probably 3 or 4 months ago.
Okay, I will ask him, see if he recalls if he was. He'll remember if he was timed out. And I said, well, stop being.
No, I did. We did not time him out because before I could decide what to do, he
left.
He disappeared. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he was. He never mentioned anything to me about it, so that'd be kind of fun to figure that out.
I mean, is his YouTube channel Space WX Mike? If he comments or something.
You know what? I don't know. He used to do many years ago something called spacing on it. Hold on. Where's my phone? Hold on. What did he call it? As a matter of fact, the reason why I have it is because I have it as his contact information. Because when I first met him through Matt Parker, this was many years ago. He was he did this podcast. Find him. Oh no, I don't need any contacts. Not in. Yeah. Spaced Out. He did a podcast called Spaced Out. So
okay.
If Space Weather Mike has anything on his channel that says Spaced Out, then yeah, that's him. But he hasn't done Spaced Out.
Well, this was Space WX Mike.
Yeah.
And I don't,
well, that was just the name
maybe
of
I
the show,
screenshotted it or something. I'd have to go back and look. It's been a while back. Because there might have been some spaces in there. You can make a little change to it. And
yeah.
But I did just happen to look down at my clock here, and it's 8:45 here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's late. I know. We've been on for a long time. Oh, my goodness. Thanks,
Time
guys,
flies when you're having fun.
Time flies, doesn't it?
I did want to say one thing.
Behind your screen, you have the sun color behind the window of your screen. If you turn back, up above your window. No, if you look back at your logo, now that could be you could take the RGB from there for your space.com space and com, the color.
Well, but which part of it?
Doesn't have to be.
Which part of it, Deepak? Because look, some of it's red and some of it's orange, really close to the flaring area.
You know where the bright flare is? Somewhere near there, that would give it. Yeah, it's not too dark. It's not too bright. Also, yeah.
Yeah, that's
so
a good color.
that would.
Yeah.
Yeah, the RGB could be from there, and so that it doesn't look very orange. Like you said, it may not be a popular color, because I think the vegetable is not popular on its own. Carrot. so that's just humor in it, but probably that RGB can be taken from there to get a better color.
And really also because the need for the contrast here.
Yes, yes, it has to be bright. Yeah,
I think that's going to be the rate limiting step here.
Because that one would come on the front of the cap also of the hat, so you really need to make it bright and
Yeah, that's a very good point. This is cool. This has been great, guys. So anyone have, before we call it a night, anybody else have any comments, questions, or?
Well, I just want to say one last thing. The graphics that you're using on the latest forecasts are phenomenal. They look so professional. They're like the latest, not the actual sun pictures that you were using, not the like your 5-day forecast, your outlook and stuff. That still looks great. That's fine, but the actual images that you're using and the
where the sunspot bubble up straight suddenly. That's fantastic.
That was great, and also the ray trace, not the ray traces, but the graph for where the solar flares were. I don't know why, but now it seems to be coming out a lot more clear. Before it seemed a little bit pixelated. It looks a lot sharper. It looks a lot more professional.
Where the solar flares were coming out?
There was one picture.
Was it an actual picture of the disk of the sun where the flare was coming out, or what was it?
Are you talking about the one she came out with on July 3rd?
Yes.
With that
the quick forecast.
with that forecast on the flare?
Yes.
On Patreon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I can't get to Patreon.
I'm asking Chris. That what you came?
Yes.
That what you're talking about? July 3rd?
Yep. Quick.
When they had the flare, and we got notifications.
Mike, do you have that picture up? Can you share that on the screen with me, so I know what one we're talking about?
You mean Chris, not me?
No, Mike. Mike, I thought you said you were looking at it and you had it up, but either of you.
No.
Let me see if I.
Because again, some of this stuff, you know, I'm now paying attention. I'm doing these webcam things. I'm capturing lots of really cool stuff.
Yeah.
Unlike before.
Well, even just the one on.
Let this load.
Yes, images like that, and then there's lions, tigers, and
I'm trying to remember where I get this particular image. But the thing is, these images are just, you know, straight images. They don't really make movies. So I go in, and every hour or less, I end up capturing one of their images and saving it, and then this website called webcam.io turns it into an actual movie for me. And so I don't have to be there. You know, it automates the capture of these images in real time. And
really,
yeah, because these images are put up like once an hour. I think you probably can't see the time running up there on the top, but it's one every hour. And so I just have this web service, webcam.io. If the picture is public, you can then go in and capture it. For me, this service, because I'm actually capturing lots of stuff, I actually pay. I actually pay Andy Smith money to be able to capture his webcam or his renders, his ham radio stuff in multiple different. You know, we're experimenting with multiple different. What does he call them? I can't think of the word. How long does a propagation contact last? So persistence, that's what it's, persistence time. So we're checking to see what works best with some of these solar flares in terms of really showing that solar flare and showing the impacts and not smoothing it out too much, or also not allowing it to the impact of that solar flare last. I mean, so we're playing with these persistence times, that trying to optimize how it looks on a map, so that if I broadcast it in a weather forecast, you can actually see the impact of the solar flare on radio propagation. Obviously, that will be superseded eventually by geochrons, but that may be a little while from now. Nonetheless, this is that's just one thing, and Webcam.io is what he got. He introduced me to, and so I looked at that and I said, wow, well, now I'm paying for this stuff. I might as well use the rest of the bandwidth on things. Let me go find stuff that's useful. So this was one of the ones I found, and I really love it, because it just
things like that, and then actually
follow this stuff.
on the other views where you've actually got the solar, you got the sunspot number imposed over the top, and it's rotating around. It adds a level of professionalism to it. It really looks sharp, and I just wanted to compliment you that it's really obvious that you're trying, and it's really, I think you've come miles and miles with compiling all this information into usable products that I think people are looking at. And more people I talk to, everybody's like, wow, yeah, this is pretty good information. It's pretty neat stuff. So
good.
Very real time, very real time.
Yep. I'm trying, and as you can see, this is going to be another game changer. So I'm always looking for ways to get better products, and this is rendered in, you're not seeing it rendered in 4K, but this actually renders in 4K. And eventually I'll shift everything up to have 4K cameras and 4K production and all that kind of stuff. I can't do it yet, but I will eventually do that. And then everybody will really see how old I am.
I'm struggling to get 480p with my 5 megabyte internet connection. I'm waiting for Elon to finish his satellite network so I can get Starlink.
Oh, you're kidding. Really? Is the internet's that bad out there, huh?
I'm 3 miles from fiber, and they're not going to run fiber any closer to my house. So I'm right on the edge of copper.
Yeah, I got fiber installed on Tuesday.
Did you?
I get fiber installed on Tuesday. Fiber will be in on Tuesday. Full speed bidirectional gigabit for the house and 500 megs for the business.
Wow, that's cool. Oh my
goodness. That's awesome.
That is awesome. Yeah, we're eventually going to get fiber, but I think the Starlink constellation, they're faster. They're faster than fiber because of where they are. So it'll be the problem with Starlink right now is just it's not the latency, but it's rather the coverage. You get dropouts. So you
it's in beta testing.
Hard to play a game. Yeah. Well, then he also doesn't have the full constellation up. So, but what I'm that's going to be so fun with space weather though, because there are places that track Starlink. Oh, and that's one of the things I want that I know that Geochron is working on, tracking Starlink.
Yeah.
So imagine that when we have a big flare or a big solar storm, and suddenly the GeoLink satellites the Starlink satellites all drop in altitude because the atmosphere.
I'm probably going to have a backup like home a cell thing like home cell.
Right. Smart.
A mobile internet. But that's not available here yet either. It's coming.
Oh, you poor thing. Yeah, I know that one of the things that Elon did was that he planned to have his satellites all sitting around 400 and some odd, 420, 430 kilometers originally, and he pushed them up to about 600. And supposedly, the point at which drag stops becoming an issue is if you're above about 500 kilometers in altitude. But supposedly Elon has everything above 500 kilometers in altitude. But if you actually go look at where some of his satellites are, there's a plethora of Starlink sats that are below, that are sitting in 400-ish. So it will be interesting. That's all I can say, especially as this cycle ramps up. All right, guys. So anything else, or shall we call it a night? But basically 4 hours on the clock here.
I think
it's a long one.
We will focus this year on Geochron. This one looks like an excellent product. Sorry.
Oh yeah. I will expect
this idea.
Yeah, expect to have lots of updates on geochron, because I will be starting to do that. And here's the thing, the trick is I have to be able to capture these images and be able to do the time lapse. The problem is I now have to have a dedicated standing computer with basically batch processes that knows to take a picture of what is being pumped into the system, you know, once every minute or once every 5 minutes. I don't know what my cadence is going to be. But I've got to be able to have standing, you know, movies essentially. And obviously I'm not going to capture this at 30 frames a second. That would be outrageous. How, you know, 24/7, 30 frames a second. Yeah, right. Who's going to do that? So, and then comb through all that footage, right? So that's what's going to be very interesting is I'm going to have to end up having a dedicated system that is just simply capturing geochron images and making time lapse.
And you'll have to have backup power too.
Yeah,
There's a lot of information on that when you get ready for it. Yeah. I've been researching it.
And the other thing is, I mean, ultimately, what do I do if I want to talk about flights and I want to talk about, you know, radiation storm, and I want to talk about ham radio propagation? I can't have all those layers up on a single map. It'd look terrible. So, I mean, I already know that it's going to be insufficient in many ways, because if I don't capture the right layers at the right time,
that's what I was thinking. You have to have three different captures going at any given time.
So I have to buy 3 different clocks? Good night. I mean, how the heck am I going to do that? So you know, baby steps. I'm going to work on getting the packages first, you know, getting those things together, making that kind of thing robust. I mean, I might even start with me manually overlaying, like DRAP. So if we have a big M flare, for example, and I've got my capture system for just the regular geochron going, I may ask Patrick for permission to go ahead and overlay my own, because you saw how well I did with the Universe Sandbox. I guarantee you I can overlay DRAP on this. I mean, I have to be finagling, because I'd have to be shifting my frames, because DRAP's terminator moves, right? So I'd have to have like this cute little wrapper that I would just constantly shift over and over and over, so the DRAP movie would always line up with this. But I can do that. I know. But that may be.
Are you still thinking about moving to Nevada?
Not right at the moment, but you know, depends on how this critical race theory teaching continues. If the California madness gets so out of hand that my daughter has no escape,
yeah, crazy.
But it's, you know, critical race theory is all over. It's all over the United States. It's kind of hard to escape it at the moment. So, you know, I don't want my daughter committing suicide at the age of 18 because her skin is white.
Well,
and she hates
they're getting pushback on it. You know, enough is enough.
Yeah. There has to be a pushback.
You know, we can't help what color skin we were born in. Don't make my 10-year-old daughter loathe herself.
I don't know nobody did anything for me, and I'm not even going to get started.
Yeah, I know. I think it makes a lot of us angry.
America is Judeo-Christian. It's good. It should be that. It should not be other. You guys have made America. It's yours. Yeah.
Oh, well, we made a mess of it recently.
Yeah, it was, but I don't see anybody lining up the embassies for visa as if they're dying to get accept to your country. So don't let this get. You guys own it. You guys own the country. We would not. I prefer to see. I mean, you come to India, you want to see the Indians. You come to America, we want to see the Americans.
Yeah.
And
preferably not civil.
There is no race area. If you are white and I'm brown, it is a fact. It is not something wrong. I don't care if I am brown. There is nothing wrong. You are white. There is no race in it. It is, as the weather is different, as the climate is different as this, but the basic substance is the same.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like we had a choice in the matter, huh?
No. And come on, sorry, I just have to add this to just let you know. I hope you don't mind, Tamitha, but this is something that what I'm saying, please don't equate it to racism, but I wouldn't want America to have been colonized, if we have to use the word colonized, by the Chinese, and this is a different America. This is the better USA. And the world has been led by you. So you have been courageous in World War II. Where would we be without you? There would be other political systems. So don't let anybody even say this, You have saved the world in many things, many foolishness also, which, as like Afghanistan. But come on, everybody come to your shore, not to Saudi or to anywhere else. So stay you.
But the problem is the people who seem to be the most grateful for America is anybody who isn't an American. And sadly we've let that cancer fester inside our own country.
I have a friend who got a lottery and staying there, and then when he spoke against, I was very furious. I said, let's just be honest. We are migrants. My country was taken, which is now in Pakistan, Sindh. Our parents we have to shift, and because of religion we have to. But if my great grandparents were, say, in America as, let's say, the slaves, the children would have learned to adapt and I would willingly right now do it. That is what I'm trying to say. You have a great country.
Wow.
Stay with it. Like that.
Wow.
We've lost our land. We have made ourselves prosperous here. But yeah. So you guys are not wrong in all things. Small things, which country is not? So God bless America forever, I tell you. For your constitution. It was not born out of foolishness. And if these guys say they have been out, who fought for them in the Civil War? The brothers went to fight with brothers to save another. These are not. So I'm sorry if I made a political statement. I don't mean to. It is a feeling that I love your country.
Sounds like common sense to me.
Thanks a lot, Deepak.
God bless. Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, and it's very heartfelt. I think there are a lot of Americans who feel this, who still feel very, very proud and very, very fortunate, very lucky to have been born Americans, or to have immigrated and then become citizens. And I think there's still a lot of us, but we're just oftentimes very quiet. We don't necessarily make big noise. And I'm just hoping that the vociferous few really are few, more vociferous than few. Because rather more vociferous than are few. Because
like hijackers
if there really are that many Americans, if there really are that many Americans who are that unproud of their country, wow. I mean, we've got a real horrific problem on our hands.
I have to spend lots and lots of money, and
which is a big fear.
Broke my brain for my children's education in America. And those boat guys just come in and just enter. We apply through my son didn't get a job because Trump changed but I'm not against Trump. I mean, he changed the visa rules. My son is back here after doing 5 years of education in America, and it's not cheap. It's in that northeast, so it's not cheap. But then the boat people just come in and become immigrants. I mean, I feel foolish sometimes, but no. I mean, Trump is right. We want immigrant, but legally. He's right. We want immigrant, but legally.
Right.
So
I think.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of illegal legal immigrants who feel that way. I mean, look at the entire Florida coast. Look at the Latino population. I mean, they are not happy. They're like, I went through the dang process. Everybody else should.
Yeah.
But it's there are political reasons, and we really shouldn't be talking this stuff on YouTube. So.
No,
let's not get too deep in this, because otherwise we'll never find this.
We're not on YouTube, are we? We will be.
Yes. Yes, we are on YouTube, but we're not public. It's still a private video, but I bet you if bots go and scrape, they go and scrape everything.
Okay.
So this is, if we want to do this, I should end the Next time we decide we want to have a political whatever.
I'm sorry. I didn't know about YouTube.
We'll go into executive session.
Well, I'll just stop the streaming. We'll go into the dark
I
session.
apologize. I didn't know about that. I mean, if it can be edited.
No, we haven't got. I don't think we've gotten that deep. We haven't. But before we do, because I think some of us may be tempted to, and Deepak already knows off camera, so to speak. I will, I don't mind digging into it. It's just let's not have an archive of it on YouTube.
No, yeah.
Even private.
Even private, you're right.
So circling back to being on topic, do you have a timeline to get the ARRL education stuff done?
God, no. They want to. They want to be able to have it done by, or at least be shooting by the end of July. And I'm not sure we'll be done with the storyboarding by then. All the scenes. What we may end up. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I thought that's what you had said, that July was kind of the time frame they were looking at. I was just looking at it. Are you under a gun? Is there anything we can do to help? Or
oh my gosh, that'd be I think it's great if you could help, but I wouldn't know how. The ARRL guys, because first of all, Nathaniel and I are doing this, gratis. I mean, they're not. There's no grant money. There's no nothing. This is all just community service. So they kind of have to just march at our beat, and we can only move so fast. But what will likely happen is that we will start shooting before we've even finished all the scenes. Still mapping them out. I imagine that's where we're going to end up having to go.
I've got to take off, guys.
Oh, no worries. Thanks so much, Mark, for everything. And we're about
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for providing the opportunity. Have a great evening.
Oh, yeah, Mark. You too.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for all your comments. I'd much appreciated. Okay.
Bye.
But what I was saying was that there's a very good chance that because we're gonna have to kind of march on and do this while we're shooting. I'm just grateful I don't have to edit the thing. Those guys get to edit it. We end up giving them all the I can't think of the name now. All the skips, all the radio propagation ray traces, and we give them those movies. I give them all the Universe Sandbox movies, all the final versions of that, and then I'm going to do some of my stuff on green screen. Other stuff I'm going to be sitting down at my desk and having like a conversational thing going on with Nathaniel. And then we just hand all that stuff. We're going to have slates, and takes and stuff like that. And then I just hand all that raw footage over to them, and they've got to edit it. Yikes. I do not want that job. So, thankfully, they've signed up for that bit. But yeah, I'll keep you posted. I doubt it'll be done before, the end of August. Is my
okay.
And maybe not even then. Maybe September. So
I have selfish ulterior motives.
You have ulterior motives?
Selfish ulterior motives. Now, because what I'm looking to do is I'd like to take that kind of video, maybe even prune it down, or like we had talked about, trying to put together like a 5-minute kiosk primer.
Yeah.
And I'm like you. I've kind of got a million things going on too. So I've got an idea of the kind of content that I want to put together. I'd like to put together a model to send to you to say, this is the kind of thing I'm looking at. And I think that at a STEM fest or a ham fest, even as a kid, as hams are walking by, if they all of a sudden see a flare, they see a pretty picture, maybe they'll stop and listen and just kind of get them acquainted with the fact that this discipline is growing and it's impacting everything they do, not just their ham radio stuff.
Yeah,
I think it could really open the eyes up to a larger community. I think you could definitely pull in the kind of primer that you want straight from this ARRL, longer thing. Absolutely. Hopefully that timeline works for you then. Well, there is no timeline. There's no pressing need that, I've got this thing coming up in October or something I want to have this done for. So that's why I'm just asking so I can kind of keep abreast, and hopefully in the next couple of months, my life will start to settle out to a point where I can maybe start dedicating, doing my own storyboarding and that kind of stuff for what I'd like to just shoot ideas at you.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be wonderful. Because that's, especially if it's stuff that ends up being different, where it's not just kind of reinventing the wheel with what we're doing with ARRL, but moving on to some other things, maybe things they didn't hit. That'd be great. All right, guys. I definitely have kept you on too long, and I got to get some food. I haven't eaten dinner yet.
Me too.
So,
I'm thinking about that right now.
Oh my gosh, it's even later than... Yeah, I was about to say, Mike, it's even later for you. So.
I've been up since 2 watching soccer, and I haven't slept the whole night today.
Oh, no. Deepak, terrible. Okay, guys.
It's been fun, but
all right.
Apologies again there, honestly.
No apologies. Every time I get on here with you guys, it's just wonderful. And I always walk away with so much information and so much, so much good stuff. And thank you again with all the logo and everything else and listening to me talk about Geochron. And this is going to be fun watching this develop.
This is going to be a game changer, I think, in Geochron.
I hope so. I'm glad you guys see it too. That gives me more confidence that we're on the right track.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
All right.
That's it.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah. Tapping out. Okay. Talk to you guys soon.
Good night.
Good night.